This is the first opportunity ever for Saudi Arabia and Hong Kong to foster connections between capital market leaders, to set the stage for truly integrated capital markets, to forge the foundations of the future of finance, where capital growth connects. During the inaugural CMF in Hong Kong, pioneers from two of the most dynamic global financial hubs in the world will build a bridge that connects capital between the East and West, synergizing Hong Kong's aspirational achievements with Saudi Arabia's ambitious economic diversification will create collaborations which propel the capital markets ecosystem and beyond, shape the future of finance at CMF Hong Kong. Powering connections for capital growth.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Mr. Michael Wong, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Lei hao, ni hao, hello and welcome to the Capital Markets Forum here in Hong Kong, co-organized by the Saudi Tadawul Group and the Hong Kong Exchanges and Clearing Limited. My name is Mohammed Islam, and I'm pleased to welcome you to the first ever International Capital Markets Forum. It's a great pleasure to be your host today under the theme of Powering Connections. The forum marks a significant step in the future of capital flows between both countries, Saudi Arabia and Hong Kong, two of the fastest growing economies today. A platform for knowledge sharing and collaboration across capital markets ecosystem, fostering connectivity and bridging capital flows between Saudi Arabia, China, and Hong Kong. As we embark on the inaugural International Capital Markets Forum, our discussions will be divided into three captivating tracks. The first track will explore the significance of global partnerships in stimulating more integrated capital markets and unlocking new investment opportunities that extend beyond our borders. Transitioning to the second track, our focus will shift to the vast and untapped opportunities and potential between the Saudi and the Chinese markets, delving into avenues for growth, examining some of the leading projects of the Saudi and Chinese companies. Track 3 will illuminate the future of growth trajectories in Saudi Arabia and China, exploring unique market developments and future investment opportunities that will serve as foundations for future collaborations between both great nations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to officially commence our proceeding, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the Chief Executive Officer of the Saudi Tadawul Group, Engineer Mr. Khalid Al-Hassan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to welcome you all in the first international edition of the Capital Market Forum here in the vibrant city of Hong Kong, held in collaboration with our esteemed partners, Hong Kong Exchanges and Clearing. The decision to host CMF in Hong Kong demonstrates the growing connection between Saudi Arabia and Asia, and is the testament to the strength of our partnership. This forum is not just a meeting point, but a crucial bridge for investors from Hong Kong and mainland China to connect directly with Saudi issuers, and for investors from Saudi Arabia to meet Hong Kong-based issuers, thereby building strong ties and paving the way for a more integrated global capital market ecosystem. We are thrilled to see many familiar faces and equally delighted to welcome new global experts to our forum. We deeply value your presence here today. By uniting the two dynamic economies of Saudi Arabia and Hong Kong, we are strengthening financial bonds and synergy between two of the world's most promising and rapidly evolving markets. The convergence of Hong Kong technological evolution and Saudi Arabia ambitious economic diversification set the stage for a fresh era of knowledge sharing and collaboration that extend far beyond capital markets. Our vision is for the Capital Market Forum to play a vital role in the integration of capital markets and economies by sparking thought-provoking conversation, nurturing meaningful collaboration, and brainstorming methods, and address the pressing issues confronting the global finance sector. Over the course of today, over 1,000 investors, listed companies, and financial industry pioneers will meet to explore crucial challenges and prospects in sustainability, innovation, and global investment trends. At the Saudi Tadawul Group, we are working toward becoming a hub to bridge capital flows from east to west, and today's event is one of the ways we hope to achieve that goal. The Capital Market Forum will be a place where forward-thinking strategy are born and groundbreaking partnership are forged, powering growth, stability, and prosperity for capital market globally. Together, let us forge connection that will be a catalyst for change and shape the future of capital market. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Khalid, for setting out the strategic tone of our forum today. And to talk about the ambition of Hong Kong, I would like to invite the Chief Executive Officer of the Hong Kong and Exchanges Clearing Limited, Ms. Bonnie Y. Chan.
Deputy Financial Secretary, Deputy Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. A very warm welcome to the Connect Hall. Welcome, 欢迎, marhaban. Thank you for joining the Capital Markets Forum Hong Kong. Since early last year, Hong Kong and Saudi Arabia have been making significant progress in deepening the channels of connectivity between our respective regions. We have been seeing those channels grow and deepen in government, business, and finance. HKEX has been playing its role by building more connectivity between Hong Kong and Saudi Arabia's capital markets. We have signed an MOU with Saudi Tadawul Group. We have added the Saudi Exchange as one of our recognized stock exchanges. We listed the world's largest and Asia's first Saudi ETF on our markets, an important first step in enabling Hong Kong investors to get to know the Saudi market. We also brought the first edition of FII Priority to East Asia. And now, working with our partners in Saudi Tadawul Group, we are staging the first international edition of the Saudi Capital Markets Forum here in Hong Kong. Here, I must really thank Saudi Tadawul Group for their commitment to making our partnership very productive. and for choosing Hong Kong as the first international destination to host their Capital Markets Forum. At HKEX, we believe capital markets have a special role to play to reinforcing and expanding global connectivity. And greater global connectivity will help to unlock and join up the opportunities of the different regions around the world. Opportunities such as those arising from Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 and from the rapid growth of Saudi Arabia's capital markets, as well as the capital raising and diversification opportunities presented by China, reflected in the interest that Middle Eastern sovereign wealth funds have in mainland China's companies, especially in the new economy sector. Now, when we attended CMF in Riyadh, we could immediately see the potential for the Hong Kong-Saudi Capital Markets Partnership to enter a new phase by staging the event here. And thanks to the efforts of the Saudi Tadawul Group, this is now happening. And I believe our friends at Saudi Tadawul Group made a great decision. As a leading global relevant international financial center, Hong Kong has been connecting Asia and the world for decades. It has the most diverse, liquid, and vibrant capital markets in the region. It has Asia's most comprehensive and international product ecosystem and its most diverse international investor base. But most importantly, it offers something that is totally unique: its connectivity to China, Asia's largest and the world's second largest economy. Over the past year and more, we and our Saudi partners have been making a lot of progress in laying the groundwork for today. Now we are ready to move from exploration to action by bringing investors and corporates together to meet face to face, to engage in dialogue, and to find opportunities and close deals. In Hong Kong, CMF will take the growing connectivity between our two regions to the next level, creating partnerships, driving progress, and generating two-way flows. I wish you all an enjoyable and constructive event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your kind words of encouragement. I think we can say that we're looking forward to hearing more about where the Saudi and Hong Kong capital markets can go from here, and how we can expect to achieve such great ambition. And now we begin our first track of the forum. Track 1 will discuss pioneering investment frontiers through global partnerships. And to speak to this, I would like to welcome to the stage Mr. Michael Wong, Deputy Finance Secretary of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, for his keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Michael Wong.
Deputy Minister Al-Hatib, Engineer Khalid, Bonnie, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all and a very warm welcome to Hong Kong. I'm delighted to join this international edition of the Saudi Capital Market Forum. We are most pleased that the Saudi Tadawul Group has chosen Hong Kong to host this prestigious event. I also thank the Hong Kong Exchange for co-organizing this wonderful event. 5 months ago, we welcomed the inaugural Free Trade Investment Initiative Priority Summit at this Connect Hall. And today's event marks another significant milestone in a fast-growing relationship and friendship between Hong Kong and Saudi Arabia. And indeed, ever since Mr. John Lee, our Chief Executive, and Mr. Paul Chan, our Financial Secretary, made visits to Saudi Arabia since 2022, our relationship and friendship have blossomed. Other than the FII Priority Summit I just mentioned, we hosted the Saudi-funded Live Golf for the first time in March, and that drew the biggest crowd ever to the Hong Kong Golf Club. We've also begun to formally negotiate an investment promotion and protection agreement with Saudi Arabia. Many of our government organizations, companies, and business associations have signed very beneficial MOUs with their Saudi Arabia counterparts. And they cover areas ranging from dispute avoidance, resolution, to artificial intelligence. And more will come. I had a chat with Engineer Khalid and the Deputy Minister just now, and I know this is a big one. Cathay Pacific will, in a few months' time, relaunch its direct passenger flights between Hong Kong and Weird. But now you have to make one stop. And the journey can easily become, 10, 11 hours in total. In future, it will be cut to 6 hours. So that's something big. And I've been told that it will happen the fourth quarter of this year. Well, if that does not happen, don't blame me. The Hong Kong government is also considering establishing an economic and trade office in Riyadh. The focus of today's forum is how we could strengthen collaboration between the capital markets of Hong Kong and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has clear and ambitious goals for the development of its financial markets, and is cultivating a diversified and efficient financial sector that contributes to realizing the objectives of Saudi Vision 2030. Hong Kong, meanwhile, is an international financial center with a highly open and internationalized market and a regulatory regime that is aligned with major overseas markets. We adopt the best practices in the world. Our deep and liquid stock market has a market capitalization of around $4 trillion, which is more than 10 times our GDP. We also have a booming bond market, with Hong Kong being ranked first in international bond arrangement by Asian entities for 7 consecutive years, accounting for 30% of this market in 2022. With our advanced capital markets, Hong Kong can be Saudi Arabia's partner and best friend. And in this connection, let me highlight just 3 prominent areas where we believe there's huge potential for us to work together and to prosper together. First, Hong Kong provides an excellent fundraising platform for Saudi companies to tap international capital and expand their businesses. As mentioned by Bonnie just now, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange included Tadawul in its list of recognized stock exchange in September last year. Companies with a primary listing on the Tadawul can now apply for a secondary listing in Hong Kong. And in a pioneering move, Asia's first Saudi Arabia ETF was listed right here last November, which has the largest asset size among similar products around the world, and will help draw international capital into Saudi capital markets. In turn, we are also working with several financial institutions on the listing of an ETF in the Middle East that tracks Hong Kong's stock indices. We believe this will further strengthen our two-way capital flows. Second, Hong Kong serves as the ideal springboard for Saudi companies to access the mainland Chinese market. Under the principle of one country, two systems, Hong Kong is the only place in the world where the global advantage and China advantage converge in a single city. This is reflected in our unparalleled mutual market access with the mainland China's capital market. Since 2014, it has gradually expanded from stocks to bonds, to wealth management products, to ETFs, and recently to through derivatives such as interest rate swaps. These schemes have brought an enormous inflow of capital from mainland China into Hong Kong. Take the Stock Connect, for example. The southbound trading has brought a net inflow of over $380 billion to Hong Kong stock market. And just a few weeks ago, the China Securities Regulatory Commission announced a series of measures to further expand mutual access, which will make it even easier for Saudi companies to access Chinese capital. And thirdly, and lastly, Hong Kong offers prime opportunities for Saudi Arabia to allocate its offshore RMB assets. As the RMB continues to internationalize and its usage becomes increasingly prominent in Saudi Arabia, these offshore RMB assets can be parked here in Hong Kong. It helps that we are the world's largest offshore RMB hub. Under the mutual market access schemes, we are developing more RMB-denominated investment and risk management products. Ladies and gentlemen, the friendship and partnership between Hong Kong and Saudi Arabia will go very far and will endure the test of time. To borrow a Chinese idiom, and I know that the Deputy Minister is an avid speaker of Putonghua, 二人同心，其利断金. If two people are of the same mind, their sharpness can cut through metal. So by joining hands together, we can help each other achieve our ambitious goals in finance and well beyond. In closing, may I wish the conference the enormous success that it so obviously deserves, and I wish everyone here and online great health, wonderful business, and a happy family. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wong, for your lovely words of encouragement. And now we'll have our first panel session. It's actually a fireside chat that'll be between the Deputy Minister of Investment and Development at the Ministry of Investment in Saudi Arabia. This fireside chat will highlight the role of Saudi national investment strategy and the investment required to realize Vision 2030. It'll also discuss the role of foreign direct investment within the investment landscape and explore the ministry's investment role in making the kingdom an attractive destination for foreign direct investments. And finally, it'll highlight the emerging investment opportunities in Saudi Arabia and the Ministries of Investment's position in capitalizing on these opportunities. I would like to invite the Deputy Minister of Investment and Development, Engineer Saleh Al-Khabti, and I would also like to invite Ms. Elizabeth Wang, who's Head of Global Advisory in the Greater China for Rothschild & Co. Please join us on stage. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Excellency and distinguished guests. What an audience. And 早上好。
早上好。
赛勒。
你们好。
赛勒先生是厦大的厦门大学的毕业生。So our distinguished guest, Mr. Saleh, was a graduate of the Xiamen University in chemical engineering. And he's also spent 6 years in your career in Aramco in Beijing. So I honestly cannot think of a better person to be helping China and the kingdom to strengthen that investment bridge between the two countries. So welcome to Hong Kong.
Thank you.
I think as a background, to put in context, please do help elaborate the role of the national investment strategy and how it will help to achieve the economic transformation for the kingdom and realize the vision of 2030.
Thank you very much. Like you said, I came for the first time to Hong Kong in 1998 as a student passing through, going to Xiamen, where I spent 7 years learning the language and getting my engineering degree in Chinese. Thank you for not putting me on the spot. 大部分已经还给老师了，我只会一点点。But thank you very much. But since 1998, it was apparent to me the role Hong Kong played as a window to China and China's beautiful growth story in the last 40 years, which gives us in Saudi Arabia a beautiful blueprint of what can be done, and from this beautiful story and the lessons learned from that. And although we have an ambitious plan for Vision 2030, we're in the halfway mark. We're very proud of what we've achieved so far in our journey towards Vision 2030. But we have the third pillar in our national investment strategy, which is the financial pillar, which I want to talk more about today. And one thing that's very important is I believe we don't see enough participation from the Hong Kong financial sector and the role it can play to facilitate for China and the rest of Asia becoming part of that beautiful story we have. We have a target for fixed capital formation of $3.2 trillion, and not having enough participation from this side of the world, I believe, is going to be, the way the Chinese say it, it will lack some balance. So my colleagues gave me a lot of numbers to share, and I don't want to bore you with it. But for us, the debt to GDP target well underway. We were 2022 25%. Last year we were 28% debt to GDP. So there's ample fiscal space to address potential headwinds. FX and foreign currency reserves have been stable. We have a currency that's pegged to the dollar. Headline inflation remains low at 2.8%, in spite of the beautiful growth story we've seen over the last 2 years. Our banking system remains on a strong footing with robust credit demand, with aggregate ROE and capital adequacy at around 20%. And we want to unlock the investment to provide you with more competitive options for your time and capital. So the National Investment Strategy targets, like I said earlier, $3.2 trillion in order to reach Vision 2030 objectives. And from the bottom-up analysis we've looked at, we've seen that the role that the capital markets have to play and the majority will need to come from the private sector. I'm pleased to say that we can already see results. Our GDP has risen close to 60% since 2016, and we're reaching US dollar about $1 trillion in 2023. We've seen more than 2 years of non-oil sector growth, which is above its long-term average, with non-oil growth reaching about around 4.4%. We can see in terms of investments, we have a gross fixed capital formation last year of about $300 billion. That's a rise of 70% in 5 years, and equivalent to 28% of our GDP. That's well close to our 2030 target of 30% of GDP coming from capital formation. And if you look at the non-oil GDP, the share has risen to around 37% of our GDP. So my other colleagues in the forum from the CMA and Tadawul, we're going to talk more about portfolio investors, but I have 2 points to say here. One is foreign investors' ownership in Saudi capital market is now nearly $95 billion, increasing 4 times in the last 5 years. And access to finance, venture capital funding grew by a third last year to nearly $1.4 billion, which is a CAGR of about 86% in the last 5 years. The rate of growth of the bank lending to private sector may have slowed down to around 10% a year on growth, but due to the excellent efforts of the CMA and Tadawul, equity capital markets remain robust with a very healthy IPO market. In the kingdom, the companies raised about $3.5 billion on the Saudi exchange through 35 offerings last year, and there's a healthy pipeline pending CMA and Tadawul's approval. So all in all, I want you to take from here, we have a healthy market, a strong economy. Unemployment has fallen from 12% to 7.7%. Female labor force participation has reached the high 20s, and that's well ahead of our 2030 target for that. So invest in Saudi and you're welcome.
That's great. That's great. Very encouraging and attractive statistics for certain. I have to say, I think China has not been foreign to investing in Saudi. And in 2023, China, specifically in the sort of the foreign direct investment area, have invested close to $17 billion and actually representing, I mean, that's in greenfield FDI, and that actually already represents 60% of all of the greenfield FDI that took place in Saudi, which is, I think, a great start, right? There's plenty to go. And also, what's interesting is vice versa. I'm not sure it's by coincidence, but Saudi also invested close to $20 billion in US dollars in China in 2023. And of course, I think most of the investments, at least the representative ones, have been around EV, so new technology, around steel, around also cloud, so all the important industries that both countries are very much focused on. So I would like to maybe ask Sai Le Xiansheng, how do you see sort of these investments? What do you think sort of to you are the most representative that has been done today? And how do you see that evolving over the next couple of years?
Well, first of all, we welcome all those investments. I think what Bao Steel is doing in Saudi Arabia with Aramco, what Red Sea Aluminum, or what you call Shandong Hongqiao, what they're doing in their investment on the Red Sea is excellent greenfield investments that beget more Chinese investments and more investments to come, and FDI. We welcome those partnerships. Like you said, in the IT sector, what Alibaba and Huawei are doing are excellent. I think it's a good trajectory we're in. These investments will not alone get us to our 3.2 trillion target, but we welcome those investments and more investments that will unlock new sectors and new value chains. And certainly those are well underway to help us move towards unlocking these markets. For example, like you said, Rongshen, we heard the other day, are investing, co-investing with Aramco, bringing the capabilities they bring to the market and the capabilities Aramco has to build something bigger. Steel plates from Bao Steel unlock 2 large sectors, not just in the oil downstream sector, but also in the shipbuilding and in the automotive sector. They have significant help. Over the last 3 years, we saw Hyundai, Lucid, and Seer investing in the auto sector. We welcome more Chinese participation in the auto sector, EV sector, and its value chains, from batteries to the tier 1, tier 2 suppliers and their value chains. The mining sector has a very interesting play today. We're in the beginning of a massive story that is, can be compared to our oil story and the petrochemical story. So big investments in the mining sector, not just the mining part, but the downstream and the logistics of mining. The logistics sectors will be one of the leading sectors we have in the kingdom. And many companies have went recently through this trajectory in China, and we welcome them to come, see the opportunities and invest and grow and serve more markets. So if you come and you serve the Saudi market or the Middle East market, we will be disappointed. Our west coast in Saudi Arabia is on the Maritime Silk Road, which puts you about 4 days away from Greece and about 6.5 days away from Italy. You're literally within the market if you invest in Saudi Arabia. So predictable prices when it comes to feedstock and energy, a currency that's pegged to the dollar, access to these markets, and a healthy capital market I think we provide to the investors, and that's something we want to reiterate for our FDI story. Now, although we have big companies that will be investing very big, DDI and other large companies in Saudi Arabia are investing big, but without the FDI, not just the capital the FDI brings, but the know-how of those companies and what it means to co-invest and share the risk and consider Saudi Arabia part of their growth portfolio. That's very important to us.
That's great. Also, I suppose closer to Hong Kong, given you're here, I also noticed that, as you mentioned already, financial services, but also tourism and hospitality, are sectors that also form part of the core for capital formation in the kingdom. And I hope you have enjoyed your hospitality or the stay in Hong Kong. So we are very strong in this sector, and of course financial services. Can you maybe elaborate a bit more for those two sectors and how what type of investment and that you're interested in attracting?
Yeah, first of all, Hong Kong knows how to deal with guests. That's something you don't have to ask about. Your companies are well entrenched in the hospitality sector. We had a target of 100 million visitors by 2030, and the bad news is we reached it last year, 100 million visitors. So our colleagues in the tourism sector were given a new stretch target of 150 million visitors by 2030. So their strategy is going through an overhaul, and to achieve that target. And if you visit Riyadh or Jeddah, or you go to the tier 2 and 3 cities, you would notice that there is a way to go for investment in hospitality in all price ranges. If we have more time, or we can host a different session in the coming weeks, we will come with our colleagues in the Ministry of Tourism and discuss those opportunities in depth and share more about it. There's a lot to be done. There are a lot of investments to be made in that sector with the natural returns and more support from government to bring returns to predictable levels. But we are aiming high on that front. We have the right landscape to succeed and host, whether it's the Red Sea or the Arabian Gulf, or whether it's the mountains of Asir and Taif and Al-Baha, and the deserts, whether it's Al-Ula or Neom. Those broad range of investments and choices are there for the investors to look at and participate in. So I see the time ticking, and I don't know how much time we have, but we can share more information. Me and my colleagues are here and available the next 2 days with our colleagues in Tadawul, who I thank them for hosting us and bringing us to this event. But there's a lot to be done, and there's a lot to be invested in, and we can talk more about it later.
Absolutely. But maybe just one last kind of comment to summarize it all. We want you to look into that crystal ball. What would you like to see in 5 years' time? What do you hope to see between the kingdom and China in terms of, in the context of investment, mutual investment?
Yes. First of all, if you look at the Belt and Road, not as an initiative, but as a natural occurrence over the years, it tells you the people of these two civilizations share a lot in common. And after you pass the language barrier, you would notice the similarities and the shared values between both. And sometimes it takes an initiative, like what President Xi launched more than 10 years ago for the Belt and Road, to bring back those relationships and bring friends and back together. If I look at the crystal ball, we'll see more participation of Chinese companies and more success and more capital flow in both directions. Since 2016, when President Xi first visited Riyadh in January, we've seen trade improve to significant levels, to levels where it reached, where our trade between China and Saudi Arabia exceeded the trade with the US and Europe combined. But if you look at investments both ways, like you said earlier, it's about the $20 billion mark. It does not reach the aspirations of our leaders. And if I look at that crystal ball, the capital markets and the funding community and the banking community have to play a significant role in translating it. I worked for many years running between Saudi Arabia and different cities in China to bring Aramco investments to the cities like Panjin, Zhoushan. More recently, we saw Hongli. Those are seeds that were laid over years in that front. You can see that the decision makers look at a different set of numbers in a different way and getting those projects to be bankable. And I think without the help of the banking community here, the financial advisors, whether they were BOCI, whether it was CICC, whether it was the others who operated from Hong Kong, like like Citi and others, the Hong Kong teams, they played the role of the translator between the business plans and the operating plans of those Chinese investors and the investors from Saudi Arabia and others. So you have a big role to play and you have a big responsibility on your shoulders. The same way you helped China to be a window to the world, you have to play the role of the window between the Saudi Arabia investment community and the Chinese investment community. So the emergence of Hong Kong as an important player in this is very important to us.
Thank you. And I'm sure I'm not just speaking for Rothschild, but also the entire banking community here in Hong Kong. We'd be more than delighted to be playing a more active role.
Sure. See you next time in Saudi
See
Arabia.
you. Okay. Thank you.
谢谢.
谢谢，谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you very much for such an interesting discussion. I think we all have taken note of the transformation that is happening in the Saudi Arabian capital markets. And now we'll introduce our first panel of the day, titled New Horizons, the Internationalization of Capital Markets. This panel will provide an overview of the progress and achievements thus far in Saudi and the Hong Kong capital market transformation. It'll also highlight the exploration of investment opportunities in various sectors and delve into the regulatory changes amid facilitating capital flows and fostering a conducive investment environment between Saudi Arabia and Hong Kong. The session will be moderated by Mr. Eugene Tang, Managing Editor, Business and Projects at the South China Morning Post, and joined by the board member of the Capital Market Authority, Mr. Abdulaziz bin Hassan, an Executive Director of Investment Products Division at the Securities and Future Commission, Ms. Christina Choi. I would like to call upon Mr. Eugene Tang to welcome his panelists. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. 早晨, Assalamu alaikum. And welcome to Hong Kong. It's great to have this great collection of people in this room. As we've heard this is the first time the Capital Market Forum is taking place in Hong Kong. And of course, this is taking place hot on the heels of a flurry of closer collaboration between the capital markets of Hong Kong and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. After Chief Executive John Lee, of course, visited Riyadh in February of last year, which of course followed the visit by Chinese President Xi Jinping, December of 2022, reciprocating the March 2017 visit to China by King Salman. Now, let us just take a few minutes to recap some of the collaboration between Hong Kong and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia over the last couple of years. Starting with February 2023, when the Hong Kong Stock Exchange signed an MOU with the Saudi Tadawul to collaborate on fintech, ESG, and cross-listings. Move forward to July 2023, the Hong Kong Monetary Authority signed an MOU with the Saudi Central Bank for financial collaboration. And then November of last year, the People's Bank of China signed a 50 billion yuan 3-year currency swap with Saudi Central Bank. This is very important, fundamental to the capital market collaboration between the two countries. And in December, Invest Hong Kong signed an MOU with the Ministry of Investments, which I understand Mr. Saleh was part of, on mutual investment promotion. And then move forward to January this year, FSDC of Hong Kong signed an MOU with the Saudi Financial Sector Development Program for enhanced capital market connectivity. And as recently as last month, Hong Kong's Department of Justice signed an MOU with the Saudi Ministry of Justice for collaboration on dispute resolution. So as we can see, a flurry of activities that have really laid the ground for closer collaboration between both sides. So Mr. Fahad, welcome again to Hong Kong. All this is taking place while Saudi Arabia is embarking on this ambitious Saudi Vision 2030. Can you share with us some of the reforms in the Saudi capital market for unlocking new opportunities under this vision?
Thank you for having me. And if you can see, Saudi Arabia overall is going through a major transformation, and the capital market as well is one major sector that's also going to that transformation, led by the CMA and aligned with all financial institutions in Saudi Arabia. This transformation has a result where the Saudi market now ranked on the top 10 in terms of market capitalization, going from the 25 positions. Definitely, there is a key achievement that led that success, one of which is the inclusion of major indices. Definitely that has a positive impact on Saudi Arabia. Maybe as well, there is a huge growth and appetite for initial public offering, where the numbers are significantly growth on the last 3 years, unremarkable. If we have a look to the QFI, or the foreign investment regime that the CMA adopted in the last maybe 9 to 10 years, there was a lot of deregulating or lowering the requirement, which make it so easy to the qualified investor to access the market. For instance, we've lowered the condition for the AUM or the asset under management that's been managed by a foreign investor from $5 billion till $500, which make it more accessible for more asset manager to access the market. Also, for the parallel market NMO, as well as the DCM, they are granted an access to the market without any condition. This is as well has a positive result in the data and the number of foreign investment, which has a growth between until 2023, where the number became or reached over $100 billion as an investment, which approximately around 13% of the market cap, of the free float of a market cap. And when it comes to a daily activities or trading for a foreign investor, this number reached 17% of the daily turnover, comparing to only 4% in the past years. So it shows how positive and how attractive is the market, where the activity of the foreign investor are increasing day after day. And in addition to that positive data for QFI, the achievement that reached by the CMA during comparing to the 5-year plan that we had, actually it's all remarkable. For instance, our asset management has grown significantly from $100 billion until 220 or 230, so almost more than a double. And also a number of investors or participants in the asset management. The number used to be 250,000. Right now we have more than 1 million subscribers in the investment funds. This growth has only happened during like a 5 years plan or the 5 years horizon. Also, there is a number of IPOs. Currently, we have an average of mid-40s every day, every year for success offering, comparing to pretty much maybe 1 or 2 in the whole year. So that shows the attractiveness of the market, as well as other achievements that we might discuss throughout the interview.
Thank you. That's very encouraging to hear. Hopefully we can make use of the good opportunities.
Sure.
Christina, good morning.
Morning.
Zhou-san, and thank you for making your time. How, from the perspective of the SFC, how complementary are the economies of China, including Hong Kong and KSA, and how can Hong Kong play a role to foster that capital market collaboration?
Yes, thank you. So I think, as you all know, China and Saudi Arabia have had a long history of trade, knowledge, and cultural exchanges. And I think there is an old saying dated to the Prophet Muhammad back in the 7th century about seek knowledge, even if you have to go as far as China. So China and the kingdom are two great nations seeking knowledge and truth. And I think, you know, especially in the, last 10 years and more recently, bilateral relationship between the two countries have significantly and rapidly deepened, against the macroeconomic backdrop of global economic outlook, particularly driven by geopolitics and also the US monetary policy. I think two markets are highly complementary in economy and trade. China has been the kingdom's largest trading partner over the past decade, and Saudi has been China's largest trading partner in the Middle East for almost 2 decades. And Saudi is a major energy producer, meeting the needs of China as a major energy consumer. And of course, Saudi also, imported a lot of Chinese manufactured products. But also, I think Saudi's has an ambition development of this vision for 2030. It's a very great vision that would benefit from foreign capital and strategic partners from both East and West. And Hong Kong, being the IFC of China, an open economy, we have no capital controls, free markets, and a world-class regulation and a common law system, we can really serve and provide a lot of really value-added services, both from the capital raising perspective, and also, as you know, Hong Kong, I think in the past 20, 30 years, we have been the largest international fundraising platform for mainland Chinese companies, but this role has changed because of the accumulation of wealth, and actually mainland investors now become one of the biggest exporters of capital. And we have been a global center of not just global banks, but also a lot of the international businesses of mainland banks and also securities companies and asset management in town. They can really serve the needs of mainland investors, investing overseas and also, bringing capital. And I think for the public market, as you all know, Hong Kong Connect is, 70% of foreign investment into the mainland public equity market is through the Connect. So actually, Hong Kong is, a big bridge that could really bring together, capital flows and satisfy investment needs of, quality companies in Saudi, in the mainland China and Hong Kong. So, and also, for, regional investors as well.
Thank you. Well, staying with Christina still,
Yeah.
Can you elaborate a little bit about how this Connect works for Saudi companies, for example? So under the MOU signed between the HKEX and the Tadawul, Saudi-listed companies can choose to have a secondary listing or cross-listing or dual primary listing in Hong Kong. Will that qualify them to tap the capital coming from mainland China?
Well, I think as you all know, the recognition is for, not just for secondary listing. Actually, Saudi companies can also have a dual primary listings here. If they become dual primary listed, then, it could be eligible for the Stock Connect currently. And also, we talk about not just Stock Connect has been expanded to ETF Connect, and also, we will have REIT Connect, and we're talking to, Engineer Lake just now. We know there are lots of also REITs and really fixed income, different types of securities listed in Saudi market. And actually, we know we have authorized the Asia's first and the world's largest Saudi ETF in Hong Kong, and it has grown more than 12% since the launch in November in size. And actually, our connection with mainland China actually can also bring cross-listing opportunities for that ETF into Shanghai or Shenzhen stock market. So actually, you have different, connections and channels that could really benefit from the capital flows. And that Saudi ETF already got renminbi and also, Hong Kong dollar, US dollar counters. Right. So actually, the secondary listed Saudi companies can have renminbi counter here and got listed, be traded in US dollars, Hong Kong dollars, and renminbi at the same time.
Mr. Fahad, let me ask you a sort of a technical question. So under the auspices of the MOU, if a Saudi-listed company, a Tadawul-listed company, qualifies to list in Hong Kong, will it still require permission or approval from the CMA or the Saudi Tadawul, or is it automatic?
Yeah. Well, actually, the CMA recently approved issue an instruction for depository receipts that elaborates and describe what's the requirement for a Saudi company who wishes to go overseas and list through the DRs. The reason for that is to just make sure that there is a sort of alignment in terms of governance, as the requirement will be in two markets, where such an instruction or such a DR will allow the Saudi companies to access different markets without any connectivity or linkage requirement between the two exchange. However, since we've issued this instruction, it's been quite some times, but we haven't seen any Saudi company yet tapping other market. Maybe that due to the success that happened in the Saudi market, where it became more attractive and deep to fulfill any financing requirement. That can be translated in the last 3 years. Number of the amount raised from all type of offering in Saudi reach I think over $150 billion, and that's significant increase. And also the CMA provides as well a different option for a foreign investor or foreign companies if they wish to list in Saudi, where they can an option will have a dual listing without offering, and they have a second option where they can do a listing and prior with the offering, or there are also another option which has been done by a couple of companies like Edis and MBC Group, where they established their headquarters in Saudi and have their conducting activities, and then they have a full access on the Saudi market, and they apply and they are considered have an access for offering without going through any additional requirement as a foreign company.
I see. So plenty of opportunities, but plenty of work that remains to be done. So Christina,
Yes.
from the regulatory standpoint, what more needs to be done? All these different government agencies have been to Riyadh recently for all kinds of exchanges and visits and MOUs. Is the SFC going to do something similar?
Well, thanks for this great question. Actually, I think, there are lots of interest, actually, of collaboration. And I think, like, I'm more in the asset management space, so I think the Hong Kong Investment Funds Association has done a survey among the asset managers here, and I think most of them are very interested in the Saudi market, and it's one of the top kind of market that they are interested in, maybe exploring collaboration, fund distribution, and also potentially, as you heard, we are seeing it's a two-way. We see this as two-way benefits. We can also, maybe have our ETFs listed in the Saudi market, bringing more of our products there. And also, I think, on the other hand, the asset managers can create new products, using the expertise of asset managers in Saudi. So I think CMA and us are also members of the IOSCO board, and we have, really signing the MMOU already. But I think we are actively discussing with CMA and see how we could really deepen our collaboration and relationship to facilitate all these opportunities. And our CEO Julia and myself will be visiting the Gulf area, including I think Riyadh at the end of May and early June. So we hope to, this will be our first visit to the area, but we hope to really have good results.
Right. Thank you for giving me the headline for tomorrow's paper. But would you spend a couple of minutes to tell us what you hope to achieve out of this visit?
Well, I think we will save that for later. We still need to talk, but I think we're sure that we will, when we have some result, we will announce publicly.
Thank you. Mr. Fahad, So with Saudi Vision 2030 serving as the roadmap for the kingdom's future growth, what can you tell us about the future of the capital markets development? What can we expect in the years running up to 2030?
Yeah, well, definitely the Saudi vision is ambitious in all aspects in terms of investing in opening new sectors, for instance, tourism and renewable energy and technology. And these investment and this ambition require a very big amount of investment that might reach to up to 3 trillion. So the CMA role is try to facilitate and provide the infrastructure where this investment can be financed through different asset classes. That's a major task that we at the CMA is planning to do through first aligning our vision with the 2030 vision and opening the market for all innovating products. Definitely we are working heavily with Tadawul and the Central Bank and also the National Debt Center and DMC in Saudi. We are all working together to deepen the debt market, wherein make it a sustainable channel to provide and sustainable financing. Last but not least, definitely the asset management in Saudi will have its time to get accelerated more and open up to the other markets. We have a good solid numbers right now. As I told you, we've reached $230 billion, and we are expecting in a couple of years this number can reach up to over 300 billion, which represent around 23% of the GDP. Also for the debt market, we expect that the corporate issuances would raise from 3% of the GDP up to 8%. That's an ambition number, but we all work together in order to reach it, hopefully, inshallah.
Opportunities.
Yeah.
Well, this is the very first international edition of the Capital Market Forum, and hopefully it won't be the last, inshallah, as you say in the kingdom. In terms of, I'd just like to wrap up by asking you, what are some of your expectations and deliverables insofar as this summit goes? Mr. Fahad?
Yeah, definitely this session and this forum in Hong Kong consider one of the biggest for the capital market. This dialogue and conversation among all participants definitely will result in a positive and key achievement down the road. Our alignment with the exchange and with the FSC definitely will try to gain more of their knowledge and experience when it comes to regulatory agility and strategic focuses and global connectivity, which will result positively in the both sides.
Thank you. Christina, what are your expectations?
Well, I think I echo what is said. We are really confident that the cooperation between Saudi Arabia and China and Hong Kong and the two regulators, I think, will bring the markets to new heights, and there will be many more new good news and milestones to come.
All right. Well, that's all the time that we have. So thank you very much. Please feel free to approach Mr. Fahad Hamdan and Ms. Christina Choi if you have any additional questions. Please join me in thanking them for their time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to all our panelists for such an intriguing discussion. Thank you for taking the time to join us here today and sharing your insights with us. And now for the second panel of the day, titled Going Global, the Role of Connectivity in Expanding Beyond Borders. The panel will highlight the ambitions of both Saudi and Hong Kong as gateways for international investments and explore the successes and challenges of fostering connectivity between the stock exchanges and within global markets in the ecosystem. The panel will be moderated by Chairman FICC and Equities in Asia Pacific at Goldman Sachs, Mr. Tom Morrow, and joined by Chief Executive Officer at the Saudi Tadawul Group, Engineer Khalid Al-Hassan, and Chief Executive Officer of the Hong Kong Exchanges and Clearing Limited, Ms. Bonnie Y. Chan, and the Chief Executive Officer of HSBC Hong Kong, Ms. Luan Lim. I would like to call upon Mr. Tom Morrow up on stage to welcome his panelists. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And it's a huge honor for me to be here on behalf of Goldman Sachs, welcoming such an esteemed group of leaders connecting Hong Kong, Saudi Arabia, mainland China, and other markets. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I wanted to start with each leader to talk about your overall vision and strategy for your business. And Bonnie, let's start with you.
Okay.
In your recent CEO blog, you described the importance of redefining resilience as part of the HKEX strategy, including adapting and building actionable strategies. And this conference you're co-hosting with Tadawul is a perfect example of that. So I wanted to really hear in your mind today, what are the key next steps in expanding the superconductor between the East and West? What are the key new product initiatives and steps you're excited about today? And how do you tie that back to the Middle East?
Okay. Thank you, Tom. So first of all, I issued this blog, the CEO blog, maybe 3 weeks ago, and I very carefully picked the title. I call it Redefining Resilience, because frankly, exchanges these days, we face a lot of changes. We are operating in a world where a lot is happening, and I call them the four changing global orders. So geopolitics, first of all, the way capital is formed these days, very different from when I started 30 years ago. On the technology front, we're seeing a lot of disruption. And then last but not the least, the way that financial markets are generally organized are also very different. And therefore, I think we share a lot in common between HKEX and the Tadawul Group in terms of how we stay relevant and resilient in the markets. Now, going back to your question about how we continue to play the role as superconnector, I think this Capital Markets Forum is a really good manifestation of this common objective we have. So the journey of our friendship, started, I should say last year when we signed the MOU with Saudi Tadawul Group, and that was in February. And once that MOU is started, we were in constant dialogue about how we can really unleash the potential of this relationship. We recognized the Saudi exchange as a recognized exchange very shortly after. We also listed the first Saudi ETF on our markets. We hosted FII Priority last December, and now the signature event, which makes us very, very proud here. So for this particular forum, aside from this main stage event, we have arranged over 300 bilateral meetings. And this is really to matchmake all the corporates and investors on both the side of Saudi as well as Hong Kong and mainland China. And I'm very hopeful that through this constant dialogue, A lot of friendships can be established, but more importantly, a lot of business opportunities should emerge. I was doing my media stand-up just now, and every question, it's about when can we see the first Saudi company listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange and vice versa. I think today is really the beginning of that journey. And I told the journalists that it will be soon, so let's not disappoint them.
Absolutely. It's extraordinary how much has gone on over the past year, particularly since the signing of the MOU early last year. Engineer Khalid, the Saudi Vision 2030 emphasizes capital markets development as one of the core aspects or essential role in the plan. And one of the goals is being amongst the top exchanges globally. What does that mean in practice? And what is the core role you believe Tadawul Group plays in Vision 2030? And how is Tadawul facilitating a mindset shift? And talk about the entrepreneurship that's building in Saudi.
Thank you, Tom. Good morning once again. I think this is a great question to start. Some background about the development of the Saudi capital market, and I'll use Vision 2030 impact as a base before and after Vision 2030 was announced. So before Vision 2030, the Saudi capital market was a closed market, focused on local issuers as well as serving local investors. And it was designed this way because at that time, the Saudi economy was more of a capital exporter. So that's what we needed at that time to develop the market. Despite we were the largest, even at that time, the largest capital market in the region, the most liquid, but that was by design what the economy needed at that point of time. Vision 2030 came to the scene with a wider range of initiatives, goals that, of course, needs capital markets to help fund, facilitate that such transformation, as any other global market would do it in any growing economy. So Vision 2030 clearly set goals for the Saudi capital market, as simple as we wanted an open and attractive capital market that is integrated with the rest of the world. And this is the start point of transforming and developing the Saudi capital market. At that time, we were the 26th, ranked 26th largest exchange by market cap. And since that day of announcing such goal expected from the Saudi capital market, we started under the leadership of the Capital Market Authority and our partnership to understand what needs to be done when it regards to the regulatory framework, the operating model of the exchange and depository clearing to open up the market. In parallel, what would it take to be an attractive capital market as well? Because once you open up the market, you start competing outside your protected capital market prior to Vision 2030. So we started the journey without getting into the too much details, focusing on regulatory reforms, operating model reforms, as well as the most important aspect, which is reaching out to international investors to listen what would it take for international investors to come and invest in Saudi. And since then, we never stopped reaching out to international investors, index providers, financial institutions. And that resulted for the capital inflows by international investors to the Saudi market to start from a zero back in 2016 almost to $106 billion as we speak today. And this is a significant inflows in such short period of time because, always investors needs time to test the market, to test the regulatory framework, the access, etc. So we do believe we went through significant transformation for the purpose of supporting what's going on in the Saudi market and the Saudi economy, as well as Vision 2030. And that had a multiple effects, because yes, your focus on enabling and being supportive to the wider macro level transformation of the country. But since you started the journey, you started to hear more demand from the market. Entrepreneurs, VCs, private placements, all of these activity have been also coming our way, that the exchange have been working proactively to serve these type of investments, whether directly through the public market or even providing additional services in the private investment space. So I think that is never stop and would never stop, would continue. The potential of the Saudi capital market growth is tremendous. And the importance, and this forum is just a reflection of the outreach activity that we wanted to do and continue doing, because listening to our potential clients from outside Saudi Arabia is very important. And I want to take this opportunity also to the partnership we have with Hong Kong. And I think it started, as Bonnie was mentioning, last year, since signing the MOU and launching the ETFs. And what I wanted to convey here, this is another level of partnership. We're not only working with attracting investors, we're working now with a more connectivity, if I may say, and integration between the two capital markets. Yes, we compete, and this is natural and this is healthy, but by the end of the day, we do think whenever opportunity arises between the two capital markets, we can always integrate and have a sustainable growth as well as serving our markets, investors, issuers. And that's why we think the bilateral meetings that will happen today should be a vehicle to further integration between Hong Kong and Saudi Arabia.
Well, thank you, Khalid. And as you say, I think you brought a very big delegation of companies and entrepreneurs here for this week. And likewise, a lot of companies from Hong Kong and China are here meeting one another for that purpose. Maybe I'll turn to you, Luan. Given HSBC, a truly global bank, has had a big and long presence in Saudi, and really a core player connecting the regions. Can you talk a little bit about HSBC's presence in Saudi and how you're acting as a connection?
Yeah, look, I'm really happy to talk about that, because one thing what I've realized is a lot of people in Hong Kong, well, everyone in Hong Kong knows about HSBC. It literally is in our name of the bank and our presence here and our franchise here. But people are generally surprised about the presence that we have in Saudi. So in Saudi, we've been there. HSBC Saudi Arabia is a #1 international bank. It is a full-service investment bank. It's been there for more than 70 years, which is a long time to be in the kingdom. It's consistently on a lot of the league tables. I say we're a full-service investment bank. We do DCM, ECM, advisory, M&A, project finance, you name it, and we're involved in all the large deals in Saudi as well. We also, HSBC in Saudi also holds almost half the market share for the derivatives market in Saudi. So it's a very significant player and works very closely with Tadawul as well. We also have a commercial bank called SAM. And the commercial bank, again, a very successful commercial bank that we have there. One of the key bankers for NEOM, which is a big mega project in Saudi. So we are really well connected there. We're well connected in Hong Kong. So that gives us a real advantage when we talk about ties between Saudi and Hong Kong. And those ties are getting ever closer. Some of it was mentioned earlier. For example, when FII wanted to do their first summit in Asia, they picked Hong Kong to be their venue. When PIF wanted to open an office in Asia, they picked Hong Kong to open their first ever office in Asia in 2022. So there's quite a lot more activity that's going on. I think last month we had NEOM's roadshow, finishing off at the last leg in Hong Kong as well. We also have seen a lot of delegation visits from Hong Kong to Saudi and the other way around. Early last year, the Chief Executive John Lee led a delegation to Saudi. I was there. It was my first time in Riyadh, I'm ashamed to say, but it was such a fantastic experience. And since then, HKMA, for example, has led many delegations to Saudi, because the potential of these closer ties are bringing lots of opportunities for the two economies. And you can see that in some of the data, the economic data as well. Within the Middle East countries, Saudi is the largest exporter to Asia. And within the Middle East countries, Saudi is Hong Kong's third largest export market. So there's really a lot of potential there. And for us, for our business, the Saudi-China corridor is one of the fastest growing corridors for our Saudi business. So there's that connectivity and that presence that we have in two economies really enables us to really capitalize on these closer ties that we're definitely seeing happening within Saudi and Hong Kong and China. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Luann. I want to dig a little bit deeper into the plumbing and the details of the plumbing because it's so important, some of these operational, technical, regulatory areas. And maybe, Bonnie, we can start with Hong Kong. Hong Kong, as been mentioned earlier today, officially recognized Saudi as a recognized stock exchange, which paves the way formally to allow Saudi companies with a primary listing in Saudi, with a secondary listing here. What do you envision? How big can this become? What down the road could be the opportunities, for example, of southbound contributing to that growth as well, related to some of these companies? And then likewise, I'll turn to Khaled and we can talk about some of the plumbing issues on your side.
Yeah. Thank you, Tom. I think to answer that question, let's think about the opportunity set, in front of four groups of people. All right. So on the Saudi side, Saudi corporates and Saudi investors. On our side, mainland and Hong Kong investors and mainland and Hong Kong corporates. I think the fact that these two countries, China and Saudi, are both undergoing fantastic economic transformation, brings about a lot of very interesting opportunities for those four groups of people I just mentioned. Now, first of all, on the Saudi side, I think the key theme is diversification, fair to say, right? So, instead of traditionally a very strong focus on oil, the oil industry, we are seeing, fantastic development in the kingdom, and the economy itself is becoming very interesting. When you see the new sectors emerging, TMT, service industry, manufacturing, very high technology focused innovation is happening, at a very, very fast pace. So that actually presents a lot of interesting investment opportunities for investors on our side of the world. And I am very conscious that we are looking at the mainland China with a very fast-growing population of middle class. The accumulation wealth is phenomenal. And they are also looking for diversification of their investments, right? And I can tell you, the participation, for example, southbound into our Stock Connect program is gaining a lot of momentum, especially in the first few months of this year. I think partly to do with the fact that interest rate is comparatively low in the mainland, and therefore you have a lot of demand from this pool of investors wanting to diversify beyond just investment opportunities in the mainland. And we've created this Connect program, right, which facilitates that. And therefore, I think for Saudi corporates looking potentially to list in Hong Kong, that's really a very attractive offering. And it's unique. I mean, it's only Hong Kong which has this Connect program. So that's sort of the diversification which we see happening on the Saudi side. If we look at the other side of the equation, I would say equally that we are seeing a lot of very exciting development in the Chinese economy. there is a very strong emphasis on building the new productive forces and the high quality opening up of the economy. And therefore, we see really a proliferation in terms of these exciting companies just popping up in new areas, the ones which investors are most interested in of late, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, green technology, agricultural technology. These are also really exciting investment opportunities. And I think for the Saudi-based investors looking to diversify between beyond the traditional investments that they hold, this will be very compelling as an offering, right? And therefore, I think we will continue our collaboration between the two exchanges in terms of sharing knowledge and really working on the plumbing, like you said, right? We need to make sure that, first of all, we create the necessary conditions for these relationships to thrive. Last night we were sitting next to one another at the dinner table, and I think the areas that we can collaborate on is just limitless. Okay, we talk about obviously in the MOU cross-listing of products, fintech, etc. But we were even talking last night about sharing knowledge on technology, right? Because exchanges are by nature a very so we focus a lot on our technology, building that platform so that investors can really invest their money in a very seamless manner. And I think that's an area that I really would like to see more collaboration between our two groups.
Great. That's a great segue back to you, Engineer Khalid. Can you talk about your SDG strategic framework? You have 7 deterministic growth axes. Yeah. Which of those are most exciting to you today? And how are you addressing some of the operational challenges of making linkages to the international markets? Because those are always complex.
Sure. So thank you, Bonnie. I'll complement what has been said, or rightly said by Bonnie. I think to add to that, of complementing further this partnership between Saudi and Hong Kong, is each side on that equation is providing different angle to the partnerships. And I would claim, in addition to the transformation that is happening and the potential of that transformation and diversification happening in the Saudi economy as well in the Saudi capital market, I will highlight also the location of Saudi Arabia. And yes, Hong Kong has been ahead of us in attracting foreign investment and opening up the market, but I think Saudi has a unique location between East and West, and that also building an even a stronger bridge between the East and West in such partnership and identify potential cooperation between the two exchanges. Back to your question, Tom, our strategic priorities focused on mainly 7 pillars: capital formation, as all capital markets or stock exchanges focus on, and how is this we facilitate capital raising, offering whether through equity or through debt market, and this is a clear focus. We're progressing very well on the equity market. We're still at the beginning of the debt market formation. We're working with all the stakeholders to make sure that we operate a debt market that is representative of the economy size, and it's growing year on year. We have invested on derivatives. We have invested recently announcing an acquisition of the Dubai Mercantile Exchange, a stake on there, also to tap in the space of commodities. An interesting area that also we are unlocking within our diversification portfolio is data monetization and technology. We're investing heavily. I was speaking to Bonnie yesterday about artificial intelligence in the space of data and technology and how that will impact the business, and this is a very interesting area that we're focusing on in diversification the capital market or the Saudi capital market. But back to the Vision 2030, Tom, we opened up the market, we wanted to be attractive without being able to offer a diversified and a depth range of offering by the exchange and the Saudi Tadawul group to issuer, investors, market participants, we would never be attractive. So we're trying to always find or provide all solutions needed to investors, whether in derivatives domain, to speculate the market or to hedge their underlying position in equities, or to raise capital through debts and equity. Commodity is very essential. Saudi Arabia is rich of minerals that could facilitate a lot of creation of a reference or a pricing mechanism for trading such contracts in our commodity market investments. So I think this highlights the priority of STG in the future. Bonnie mentioned something very essential. As exchanges or capital market infrastructure, we run always very sophisticated technologies. And technology is an important element of our future business. And this is an area we started to invest heavily in it. We're going to talk in depth with Hong Kong Exchange and clearing to identify even potential further collaboration in that domain as well.
Wonderful. And the data, of course, is a very critical piece in all of this. And
absolutely. It's the oil of the future, I would say.
I agree with that. And we're generating so much data every second.
Absolutely.
As trading platforms. So definitely a lot to think about in terms of monetization strategy.
Absolutely. Luann, HSBC has played a critical role in some of the specific products, like we talked about, someone earlier mentioned the Saudi ETF. Could you talk a little bit about what it took to put that together? I know HSBC played a key part, and also other things you're seeing outside of capital markets with your corporate clients.
Sure. Well, I could talk about that for a very long time. I'm conscious of time, but that was Asia's first Saudi ETF. We are very proud of it. It allows investors here to invest in 56 Saudi stocks. And to me, it's beyond that technicality. It's the fact that Saudi is going through a huge economic transformation. 2030, moving towards a much more well-diversified future economy. And that creates opportunities. And now Hong Kong investors can have access to those opportunities. We played a big part in it. We got the key stakeholders around the table, facilitated an end-to-end journey, used the expertise we had in Hong Kong and in Saudi to make that happen. CSOP, who is the asset manager for the ETF, is a key client of ours, but also a key partner. I know the CEO is coming this afternoon to also speak on one of the panels. But it was a really good collaborative relationship all round. And we play so many roles in it. We are the trustee, we are the custodian, we are the fund administrator, we are the trader, we are the FX provider. But it's a demonstration of what we can do between Hong Kong and Saudi, the two economies, and how we can participate in each other's success in future. And it's also a testament on what we, HSBC, can do in trying to bring that together for the benefit of the two economies. So really, really proud. But I think that's one part that we don't talk about much, which is the value that ETF brings for the future. So it's giving access to the Saudi stocks today. But I think more importantly, if you ask, before this happened, if you ask any average retail investor to name you 3 stocks on the Saudi exchange, it would be Saudi Aramco, and Saudi Aramco. That's it, right? But this creates an awareness to say, look, wow, there's so many more so many more industries, so many more stocks that we can participate in. And I think that is a beginning of quite a bright future to look forward to. So really, really proud of that. Your second question about what we're seeing, I think there are a couple of trends which are quite interesting. So previously when we get approached from clients from China and Hong Kong, it's a single company operating in China, wants to now start operating in Saudi. Can I have some financing solution, probably a bank guarantee, very simple, straightforward, done. Today we're seeing that trending quite differently. Chinese multinationals going in are looking for much more complex treasury solutions. They're looking for much more complex financing solution. Chinese multinational that we spoke to recently for electronics, they're looking at cash pooling for them, multinationals across 30 countries. How do we do cash pooling activities? So that's one. The type of solutions that are being requested for are quite different now. The second one we're looking at is, traditionally when we think about Chinese companies going into Saudi, you think about manufacturing, electronics, building materials, energy. But we've seen that range sort of broaden. We were talking with a client just a month ago and he was a big global marketing and events company. And they are looking at going to Saudi. So the range of companies and industries that are going in are also expanding. The third thing we're seeing is that clients are now more demanding in wanting a unified, diversified, consistent solution between Saudi and China, for example. So big building materials companies that we're talking with, they choose us in Saudi because we have a China desk there. A China desk is manned by individuals who speak the language. They work the same hours as our office in Shanghai and Beijing. And they have close connections with the RMs in Shanghai and Beijing, who have close connections with the clients. So they want that through, end-to-end, smooth, seamless banking experience now. And that's where we come in as well. So I think there is definitely a transition to different needs in Saudi at the moment, and it's really exciting to see. Yeah.
Sorry, Tom, can I pick up
Please.
on one point that Luan has mentioned, which I think is very, very important. So you mentioned about the 56 companies underlying the first Saudi ETF. I think it's really a great way to build up that familiarity amongst the investor pool based here as well as the mainland. And it's a prelude to eventually welcoming for us the first batch of Saudi-listed companies to pursue another listing on our exchange. It is very important, and I truly hope that this is going to be also reciprocated. Maybe there should be an ETF with China and Hong Kong underlying companies listing in your exchange in due course. And why is it important? Last night you were talking about a lot of things, right? And one question I asked Engineer Khalid is, what's the demographics like, in the kingdom? And I was surprised, but really fascinated by the fact that over 60% of your population is under 30 years old. And they're very sophisticated, highly educated. And therefore, going back to Luan's point, you can really feel that energy in the economy. And as that grows, right, the opportunities arise. I think that's actually a commonality I can see between your economy and the Chinese economy. Now, while people can say, but it's not double-digit growth. Remember, it's the second largest economy of the world. So growing at 5% GDP is still phenomenal growth. And, we go to the mainland a lot. And the kind of entrepreneurship that we're seeing coming out, it's mind-boggling, right? The kind of investments and the young people, the young entrepreneurs willing to innovate and really create exciting new companies is happening so rapidly. And therefore, I think that provides, again, a good basis for corporates and investors in both regions to really look very hard and explore and find those amazing opportunities. and we continue to treasure hunt.
And Bonnie, when I think everybody feels a lot of energy on both sides, a desire to do more. When you talk to corporates or issuers or investors, what do you feel is the biggest challenge they face on either side?
I think it is really sort of how they build that familiarity, right? Because, earlier you heard the Deputy Financial Secretary mention, right? We're still waiting for the direct flight to be brought back by Cathay Pacific. But I'm very hopeful. I think as more dialogue like this happen, people really have the opportunities, like through the ETF we've listed, to learn about the local economy in the kingdom. And hopefully, that will be reciprocated so that more people in the kingdom will get to know these exciting companies emerging in our markets. That's going to make a lot of difference, right? We're at the beginning of the journey, but I think, we should get together more with events like this, and that's going to be very, very helpful.
And Engineer Khalid, back to Saudi. Let's talk about how you're trying to develop liquidity in the market for new types of investors. Can you talk a little bit about targeting areas like high-frequency trading, where you have a great engineering stack you're building? What are your expectations about how the liquidity will form in the market?
Excellent. So as we're developing the market, we always need to balance between supply and demand. We were blessed with a very healthy IPO especially in the last 2 years, where several or all type of companies, high cap, medium cap, low cap, have been joining the market. Over 30 companies joined in 2022. Over 40 companies joined on 2023. And up to date, I think we have listed more than 11 and lots on the pipeline waiting for approval by the Capital Market Authority and the exchange. That side of demand or supply has to be equally matched with the demand side by investors. So the exchange had to look at ways and channels to increase investors' participation as well as liquidity to always continue to grow the market liquidity and size. So the high-frequency trade, to your question, was one of the channels that the exchange has tapped to recently. And it's still in the beginning, and we have noticed an increased contribution by high-frequency trades in the Saudi market. The average since the beginning of year of that channel contribution to the liquidity is around 20% of the daily liquidity. And we do think this is only done by 3 high-frequency traders, and the exchange in the process of signing even additional and making changes also to allow them to perform at even a higher capacity. So we're very glad that this channel is adding another element of liquidity to the market. We have seen since the beginning of this year, the average daily trading in the market almost doubled compared to the average in the last 2 years, reaching in Q1 of around 9.5 billion Saudi riyal. So it's roughly around $2.3 billion US in a daily basis, which is a significant liquidity that we've seen. IPO, with the too many IPOs that we had, you have to test the ecosystem on the capacity, the regulatory framework, the offering process, the execution side of the IPOs. And I'm happy to report that all of these, from coverage of IPOs, which is always in multiple X's of companies offering in the market, to execution, to performance of stock post-listing, are all on the positive sides. So I would say that's the argument why we're seeing more IPOs coming to the market. I would like to comment on Bonnie. What would be the challenges for newcomers to the market? if you're doing a new thing, you need to understand, if you're an issuer or a fund manager, you need to understand the regulatory framework and the operating model surrounding that. The more you be very close both to issuers and market participants on your regulatory framework and operating model, I don't think these challenges will be of a concern.
Excellent. Well, we're down to our last minute. I just wanted to give each of the panelists one lightning round moment to share anything else with the audience about when you look to the future, what you're most excited about. And then maybe we'll start with you, Luann, then Bonnie, and I think Engineer Khalid has something about the Capital Markets Forum next year he wants to mention.
Yeah, so look, I think it has so many opportunities, but I'll probably brought it down to 3 areas, right? One is green and sustainable finance. Hong Kong has more than 200 ESG funds that the SFC has approved. We are the top location for arranging sustainable bonds. 1/3 of Asia's sustainable bonds are arranged in Hong Kong. Saudi has Saudi's Vision 2030. You want to transform the economy to something more sustainable. Bang, big fit. Secondly, Hong Kong wants to be an innovation and technology hub. Saudi wants to be an innovation and technology hub. You have LEAP conference, hugely successful. We have our FinTech Week, hugely successful as well. So there are tech firms here that want to go to Saudi. There are tech firms in Saudi that want to come here. Again, really, really good fit. Third one, I think, would be tokenization. That's coming up, and it's a trend that we really believe in. So Hong Kong has launched its first digitally native digitized bond, first multi-currency bond in the world, a digital bond in the world here. And that's something that's going to be a lot more prominent in future, digitized assets. And that's something that I think we're also working on financial innovation. Hong Kong MA and SAMA signed an MOU last year on financial innovation, and this is, I think, a key part of where we're going to grow and differentiate ourselves together. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie?
Okay, I'll keep it simple. I think this is really exciting, and I'll focus on the potential. Now, I was very closely involved in the China and rest of the world connectivity journey. Started 30 years ago with the first listing of Qingdao Brewery on our market, and it's only 30 years ago, right? I can only imagine, you know, with what I'm seeing, and we're starting from a much better point, right? It's going to be very exciting. So, you know, I really treasure our friendship, you know, and the cooperation, the collaboration that we have, and hopefully we're going to make this connectivity journey an even more exciting one for all of you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So I'll conclude with 2 points. First of all, sorry, I missed thanking HSBC. HSBC was the first gateway for us to understand Hong Kong and China investors back in the 2016 and continue to be. We have 2 partners now, HSBC and Hong Kong Exchange. So we thank you for this partnership. And I do encourage everybody, there's great potential between the 2 economies, the 2 capital markets. And if we could facilitate any investment partnership from your side, would be happy, more than happy to do so. I would conclude with Capital Market Forum. This is our 3rd year. This is our first international edition. We're very proud to hold it in partnership with Hong Kong Exchange. Very glad to announce the 4th edition of our flagship in Riyadh next year. That will take place in February 19 and 20. And so we wanted to share these dates with you to save the dates, and we welcome everybody for our flagship event in Riyadh. Of course, the first invitation will go to you, Bonnie, and
Yes, thank you.
HSBC. And thank you very much for being with us here today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it. Thanks very much.
Thank you all for your valuable contributions on what a great announcement to know that the Capital Market Forum is confirmed for Riyadh on the 19th and 20th of February of next year. We are all very, very excited about that news. We can clearly see through this forum the great efforts and partnerships that are being established to strengthen the ties between the Saudi Tadawul Group and the Hong Kong Exchange and Clearing Limited, which will facilitate the goal for both Hong Kong and Saudi Arabia to serve as hubs for international investments. And now I'd like to introduce to you our series format, which will showcase leading projects and milestones from mega companies in both Saudi Arabia and China, underlining their contributions to the evolving landscape of global investments and collaboration. To open this series, I would like to invite Senior Vice President of Investor Relations at Saudi Aramco to deliver the first presentation for today. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Peter Hutton.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll make a start in just a couple of minutes, if we can. First of all, can I just say it's an honor to be able to address you today on behalf of Saudi Aramco. The Saudi Exchange is one of the largest and fastest growing stock markets in the world. It has a wide diversity of opportunity, and we're very proud to be a part of that story as well as Saudi Aramco, the largest, most liquid stock on that exchange. So a lot of people say, how do you summarize a company as large as Saudi Aramco in such a small space of time? And actually, for investors, it's really rather easy. And I always think that it's important to be able to summarize it on the fingers of one hand, or fingers and thumbs. So I think there are 5 things that investors should take away about the opportunities in Saudi Aramco. And I'll go through and address each of them in turn. But the 5 things are fairly catchy. It's about the scale of the advantage. It's about growth. It's about transition. It's about financial strength. And it's about returns to shareholders. All of those things coming through together. So let me start with the advantage, and that starts in the upstream. So people think that they know Aramco because they know it's the largest oil company anywhere in the world, and they think that's it. Well, it's not just about quantity, it's around quality. And one of the things that really differentiates Saudi Aramco, and I'm going to move around a bit, this isn't like a tech product launch, but I'll try and make it a little bit more informal on this one. One of the things that really differentiates Saudi Aramco is that we are 100% in control right the way through our upstream. So if you think about another big producing area, somewhere like the Gulf of Mexico, imagine if the Gulf of Mexico had one producer, not partners squabbling about how to run the fields, access to pipelines, how to develop them. Aramco has always been able to take long-term decisions which allow it to optimize the future and the value of each of its fields. And that means that now we have 6 great advantages over everybody else. We have the lowest costs. Our lifting cost is only $3 a barrel. We have the lowest depletion rate, so the decline is lower, less than half the level of most of the other peers. We have the lowest emissions of any of the peers, again, around half the level that anybody else produces. And that's really, really important, particularly in an era of energy transition. We're very, very flexible, highly flexible in terms of our operations, and highly reliable. We have a reliability of about 99.8%. It's a proud boast of Saudi Aramco that we've never missed a single delivery in all our history. And that's been in a period of real intense volatility in terms of the oil supply, never missed a delivery. And of course, they're highly profitable, okay? So the advantages are very, very clear to see. But there's no point in having advantages if you're not going anywhere. So growth is a key part of the Aramco story, okay? And I'm going to talk to you about a number of different engines of growth. The first of them is in the upstream. So we're producing around 9 million barrels a day at the moment, we have the capacity to produce 12 million barrels a day. 12 million barrels a day, which we can get to in 90 days, if we're asked to do so, and we can sustain for at least 12 months. So significant upstream growth in liquids. And also, we're growing in gas. So we're growing our gas production by over 60% by 2030. With that also comes an additional million barrels a day of associated liquids. So strong growth from the upstream. But we've also got growth in the downstream. Traditionally, we have been underrepresented in our downstream. Less than 40% of our upstream volumes going into the refining and chemicals business. We're repivoting that one. So we're moving it to areas which have got higher growth geographically. That tends to be Asia. And from a product point of view as well, and that tends to be in chemicals. So now in the last quarter, over 50% of our upstream production went through to our downstream processes. That means that we've got more visibility for the upstream, and it means that we're capturing more of the integrated margin, and that's good for our bottom line as well. And it positions us for growth. Particularly in chemicals, we've got an ambition to do 4 million barrels a day of liquids into chemicals by 2030, backed up by technology and the ability to use that reliability of supply to give our partners an advantage. It also allows us to do deals which are fairly asset light, but heavy in terms of delivery. So we'll take something like 10% stake in an existing or slated production facility and supply something like 60% of their feedstock needs. So significant growth in that area. Also in fuels retail. You know, we're underrepresented in that area. If you look at the areas which around the world which are growing, high population, deficit in terms of products, and also areas where we can supply more advantageously than our competitors, that's a real opportunity. So we've done a small deal in Pakistan, we've done one in Chile, which is not immediately obvious as being close to Saudi Arabia, but it's very close to Motiva. And we have the largest refining capacity refinery in the US as well. So considerable growth in that area in the downstream as well. There's supposed to be some things behind here, but obviously they're not keeping up with this one. The third element, you remember, so I talked about advantage and growth, and there's growth in transition as well. And energy transition is absolutely key. I already mentioned that we were the lowest in terms of our emissions, but there's an awful lot of growth opportunities directly in the energy transition and low carbon. The first of these, I talked around the gas growth coming on stream by 2030. Most of that will go for demand in the kingdom. That already is fulfilling a useful purpose in the energy transition because that gas will displace liquids in the power generation of the kingdom, and that's going to be very, very important. It also will leave a little bit of gas available for exports, and the chosen route for those exports will be as blue hydrogen. Why is that important? We see hydrogen as an area of tremendous opportunity in the energy transition and an area where Aramco has real opportunities as well and real advantages. We have advantage gas. We're close to carbon capture and storage, where we have the ability and the ambition to be a global leader in what's going to be crucial technology. And it's technology at scale that we're going to be able to bring for the benefit of the country. It will take time to improve the economics of that one, but we have a real ambition in this area. Another area where we've got ambition is in renewables, is in solar technology. And of course, it comes as no surprise. I can reveal exclusively to you today that Saudi Arabia is very sunny. That's only one part of the advantage. Other parts of the advantages is that we have a lot of land. Land is clear, it's flat, it's free if you're putting it into solar generation. And importantly, the correlation between supply and demand for solar electricity is exactly the same. So the incremental demand for power generation is for cooling, and it comes at the hottest time of the day, and that's when solar is at its most generative. So you don't have to bother with it as much with even interim storage capability, and that significantly improves the economics of the deal. That's a big opportunity for us. We see that one as an area of fast growth. We have a target to reach 12 gigawatts of capacity by 2030. That's around 3 or 4 times the level that we are today. Okay? So that's important as well. So I've talked around 3 of the things. Financial strength is also extremely important for us. There's no point in having big ambitions and huge opportunities if you're not able to fund those very, very effectively. And that's something where, again, Aramco stands out from the competitors, not only in oil and gas, but also of any of the mega caps. So in terms of our financial strength, we have negative gearing. So our gearing at the moment is just under 4% negative. So we're able to fund our capex significantly, and we're spending significant capex. We will spend between $48 and $58 billion in capital spending in 2024. Okay, so you've got to be able to fund that one very effectively. It's funded from very strong levels of free cash flow generation. Which is last year was around $100 billion. And it's also, we have very strong levels of returns. Okay? Our returns are around 22% return on average capital employed. If you look at Aramco compared to the mega caps, so that's tech, that's Apple, it's the Microsofts and things like that, only one of those has higher levels of returns on capital, and that was only just. And none of them have that level of free cash flow, which means that we can invest in all of these advantage projects, significant volumes, from our cash flows, and still make significant returns through to shareholders. This year, we will be distributing $124 billion of dividend through to shareholders. That's a lot of money. It's more than the entire market cap of BP. It's more than the entire market cap of Citigroup, for example. So you can get some real returns as well as growth in this area. So that's where all of these things come together. So I'm going to say it once again for the last time, because I know it's always important, but the 5 things. Remember, it's advantage, it's growth, it's position for the energy transition, it's financial strength, and it's returns through to shareholders. All of those things, we think, make Aramco a really, really competitive story. And I see I've done it in, actually, that was less than 15 minutes, so it must be a fairly simple story. What I would say at the end of this one is, thanks again. We're doing some one-on-ones. We have contact, so if anybody has any follow-up questions, we're always very happy. I have a couple of my colleagues here, Shirley and Mohammed. We'll be very happy to take questions. There isn't a format to do this in this, but we're very happy to take questions afterwards. So thank you very much indeed for your time. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Hutton, for a very interesting presentation on what's happening on the ground at Aramco. For the final series presentation as part of Track 1, I'd like to invite the Chief Financial Officer of Xiaomi, who will brief us on their key projects and achievements. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming Mr. Alan Lam.
Am I mic on? Hey, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting us to the event. Let me give people a short introduction of Xiaomi for the people who don't know us as well. We started out in 2010. We actually started out as a smartphone company. Gradually over time, we grew from a smartphone company to doing more IoT products. And we gradually grow from a Chinese company to an international company. So if you look at our operations right now, we have operations in over 100 countries and regions around the world. we also got to number one in China 3 years after we were born. And right now, we are number 3 in globally in terms of smartphone shipments. Last year, if you look at our annual result for last year we did around 270 billion RMB of sales, so roughly 40 billion US dollars. And then we're number 3 in the world in terms of smartphone shipment. But more importantly, I think that an exciting things that we're doing is we are also growing into the electric vehicle world, which I'll go into that in 1 second. But if you look at 2020, if you look at our business as well, we're listed in the Hong Kong Stock Exchange in 2018. Currently, our market cap is roughly 60 billion US dollars in terms of market cap. So we are one of the largest companies in Hong Kong right now. As I mentioned, our annual results in 2023, we did around 40 billion US dollars in terms of sales. We were profitable. We achieved a gross margin of 21.2%, and our net profit was around 19 billion RMB last year. But that also included some of the investments we make in the EV market. So if you pro forma for that, our core business profitability is around 26 billion for last year. So call it around 10% net profit margin. So that was our result last year. In terms of business highlight, as I mentioned, we're number 3 in the world, around 14% market share. In terms of Middle East, we are actually doing slightly better. We're number 2 in the whole Middle Eastern region, around 18% market share. We have around 14% market share in Saudi Arabia in the first quarter of 2024. Actually, more importantly is I just look at the number. We grew our volume 4 times in Saudi year over year in Q1 of this year. So we are making huge progress, huge investments in Saudi. As I mentioned also that we started out working on smartphones. We are also doing a IoT as well, including TVs, laptops, tablets, wearables, white goods, and all the ecosystem products that you've seen around the world. In terms of our smart bands, our fitness band, we're number 2 in the world globally. In terms of our tablet products, we're number 5 in the world. So we are making good progress in other areas, not just in smartphones. So there's a rough, highlight of our business last year. But more importantly, 3 years ago in 2021, we decided and we announced to the market that we are going into the smart electric vehicle industry. Last year, in December of last year, we unveiled our car to the market. And in March of this year, we announced our price to the market. So gradually, and in April of this year, we start delivering our cars to our users. So you may have seen that as a pure electric sedan, what we call SU7. Very high performance, pure electric vehicle, goes for 800 kilometers range. Also have very powerful accelerations, 0 to 100 kilometers in 2.78 seconds. So for those of you who are interested, we'll have our car in Hong Kong sometime later part of this month, outside of Four Seasons Hotel as well. So you guys are welcome to see it if you are in town at the end of this month. So the first time we showed it in Hong Kong. In terms of the vehicle, it has received very, very good reviews from our users. We are very glad to see that. If you look at the numbers, couple of weeks ago, we announced our confirmed orders to the street. We have a confirmed orders of close to 90,000 units. And we've also delivered 7,000 units in April, which is a record high for this industry, I think, except for the Chinese OEM. I think except for Tesla Model 3, nobody has achieved so much deliveries in the first month. Our target for this year is we're going to deliver 10,000 units to our users in June, and hopefully we're going to deliver more than 100,000 units in 2024. So these are all kind of very significant number for somebody who's going into the car industry for the first time. So that's something that we've been doing, a very exciting first car that is out, well received by the market. And hopefully, we'll have our second, third car out that will be equally popular to our user base. But again, a lot of people asked me today whether we're going to do this for the international market. Not so quickly. I think we want to focus on the domestic market first. Just like the smartphone business, we spent 2-3 years growing our user base, growing our SKU, growing our market in China before we go out to the international market. Same thing we're doing for our EV business. We won't think about international market at least for 3 years, but at some point we will go international. The stated goal for our EV business is we want to be top 5 in the industry in the next 15 to 20 years. So we're taking a long-term view, but also thinking global as a result of our foundations that is laid for our smartphone as well as our IoT business. So some investors in the audience as well, so we want to talk a little bit about our financial performance. As I mentioned last year, we did 270 billion in terms of revenue, net margins roughly 10%. In terms of smartphone, think about smartphone as 60% of our business. So call it 150, 160 billion RMB in our smartphone business. Last year, we have achieved record high gross margin for our smartphone business, close to 14%. In terms of IoT, it's around 30% of our business. And last year, we achieved also very high gross margin on our business as well at 17%. The remainder 10% is internet services, what we call internet services. So advertising, cloud services, things like you think about iOS, that's what we are doing. So around 10% is the internet services business. Obviously, car will become an increasingly important part of our business, and we'll separately disclose that business performance sometime in the second quarter of this year to the market. So it's roughly, but if you look at it on a consolidated basis, last year we achieved 21%, 21.2% in terms of gross margin, so which is a record high for us. But last year, more importantly, because the market was very challenging in 2023 in China, we are focusing on optimizing our business performance as well. So if you look at our operating expenses, we managed to reduce our operating expenses close to 25 billion RMB compared to 2022. We've cut down our inventory level in this industry. Inventory is also a big part of our business. We cut down our inventory by over 100 billion last year. And obviously, that helps us with our cash flow. So if you look at our operating cash flow last year, we generate close to 40 billion in terms of operating cash flow last year. And obviously, over the years, because of our profitable business model, we have accumulated a lot of cash and cash resources. As of December, we have over 130 billion RMB in terms of cash on our balance sheet, which obviously give us a strong, resources in this EV world, because everybody knows EV is very competitive right now. A lot of cash burn in this industry, but we believe that we are generating good cash flow in our core business. We have a high cash balance, not as high as Aramco. They just told me that they pay 120 billion of US dollars of a dividend a year, which frankly bigger than our market cap. But anyway, can't beat that. But anyway, but we are generating good enough cash flow for ourselves, good enough cash flow for our operations, and obviously we want to reinvest that into some of the higher growth areas such as the EV market. I think last point is ESG. Obviously, ESG is something that a lot of investors are focused on nowadays. We have made ESG a core part of our operations as well. Over the years, we've published our annual ESG report every year. So this year, we just published it 2 weeks ago. It's the 6th edition. So we published our ESG report for 6 consecutive years. We've also announced for the first time our carbon neutral target in August of last year. So last year, we announced that we are going to be carbon neutral in 2040. And we also published a white paper at COP28 in Dubai in December of last year. I was there. We launched our white paper in terms of our path to carbon neutral. The other things to note in the ESG is obviously we appointed our first female director last year. And as of yesterday, some of them may not have seen the news that we announced two senior female execs into our management board yesterday. So we are doing a lot in terms of diversifying our gender in our board as well as our management team, as well as focusing on how to enhance the environment. Given that our operations is a very heavy in terms of supply base, especially going to the EV is also we want to be focusing on doing something good for the environment. Lastly, in 2024, as an outlook, obviously the market, we expect that to continue to be quite challenging from a macro consumption standpoint, from a geopolitical standpoint, because 45% of our revenue comes from the overseas market. So we are very cognizant of what's happening globally, what's happening in the geopolitical situations. But we are quite optimistic that we are beginning to see some green shoots in the market, whether it is in our core smartphone business, whether it is in our core IoT business, as well as in the EV business going forward. We have very strong initial momentum. Right now, we are very focusing on ramping up our capacity, ramping up our delivery capabilities, etc. But do welcome all of you to come to Beijing sometime. Come visit our factory. This is our first factory that we built in the southern part of Beijing. Do welcome all of us, if you guys in Beijing, come and see it. And if Beijing is too far away, take a quick train to Shenzhen, where you can see our store there, you can see our car there, and you can probably test drive one of our cars in Shenzhen. So with that, I think I'm 25 seconds ahead of schedule. Thanks for giving me the forum to speak to all of you, and hopefully you have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lam, for such an informative session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break for lunch. We'll reconvene here at 1:15 to hear more about the discussions and one that is coming up from track 2 that will discuss investment opportunities in Saudi Arabia and mainland China and Hong Kong. So in about an hour's time, we'll be back here. Lunch, if I can just draw your attention, will be at the Museum of Finance, which is on my right-hand side. Thank you. the title of Expanding Frontiers, Uncovering Investment Potential in Saudi Arabia and China, and his esteemed panelists. We have Chief Executive Officer of the Saudi Exchange, Mr. Mohammed Al-Rumeh. We have the Deputy Chief Executive Officer from the Hong Kong Exchange and Clearing, Mr. Wilfred Yu. We also have the Chief Executive Officer of CSOP Asset Management, Mrs. Chen Ding. And we also have the Managing Director and Head of Securities at SNB Capital, Mr. Luay Bafaqih. And finally, the Managing Director and Global Head of China Research at MSCI, Mr. Zhen Wei. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for everyone I just mentioned.
Good afternoon. Well, I hope that everyone had a good lunch and had a good time this morning. My name is SC Yao from Bloomberg, so I lead the Market Specialist Department across APAC. In my role, I frequently encounter clients who are very eager to explore investment opportunities beyond the traditional markets. And I'm sure that this is a keen interest that everyone in the hall has as well. So I think we are very privileged to be joined by a panel of distinguished experts who will share their insights on this compelling topic. And let's get started. I think the first question we have is why? Why are we here today? And why Saudi Arabia? Why are we talking about the investment potential here? So, Loy, I mean, like maybe if you don't mind, maybe we can start from looking from SNB Capital. How does Saudi Arabia involving market landscape present new opportunities for the international investor? It would be great if you can give us an overview.
Let me start by saying with the market evolution and beside focusing on listing companies and bringing more and more companies to the market, I think what's happening in Saudi in terms of encouraging international investors is basically we are addressing some of the key fundamentals that any international investors is looking for. One thing, for instance, the introduction of market making. Today, if you want to get ETFs or another product or you want to ensure a good liquidity in the market, your first question, do you have a market making? So this is came to the market. Another thing that also support the market making, but also can stand alone as a product, the SBL, share borrowing and lending. Last year, the market size for SBL was about $100 million. In H1 this year, we crossed $500 million in Saudi Arabia in SBL. Other things is the employee share plan, which also give you how IDA is processing these type of transactions. Last but not least, but also this is very important for international investors, is swaps and the regulations that came to the market. So I believe the market is evolving nicely in the right direction, and these services as a standalone or complementing each other, also encouraging and creating, more reassurance to the international investors how to enter the market.
Thank you, Loy. We'll come back to talk about maybe more asset class for Saudi Arabia. But before we go there, Dr. Wei, maybe we can, it'll be great if you can share maybe some of the background from your perspective from MSCI about the investment climate and maybe how you guys see Saudi Arabia as a market and as investment opportunity.
Sure. Maybe first of all, thanks Tadawul and Hong Kong Exchange for the invite for MSCI to participate in this important forum. Before addressing the question, I'd like to, really put the historical context of what's happening in the market connectivity here, right? We know, the Arabian and Chinese worlds have very deep connectivity, even back to 1,000 years ago. Those exchanges, technologies, exchange trading, back then. And what we are seeing right now in this historical context is basically the rejuvenation of these ancient civilizations, in a historical corridor of over 1,000 years. But what's specifically happening in the economic and trading arena is very important to understand that, the focus on, mutual development, focus on trading, that's really propel the two regions' economic growth. And the next phase of economic growth will rely heavily on capital market development, that fueling the next stage of economic transition, green development. And that's exactly what we're excited to participate in this conference. And at MSCI, we actually at the center of building connectivities between the owners of capital and investors and consumers of capital by building index analytics, ESG climate tools to mitigate those frictions, right? We are very close partners to Tadawul Exchange in terms of working on the derivative markets, bringing Saudi Arabian markets into our index back in 2019 and 20. And we are very closely working with Hong Kong Exchange and the Chinese authorities, right, to bring in China A-shares into the emerging market likewise. And we want to continue that contribution in this historical and macroeconomic context of economic growth and connectivity. So with that, I'll hand back, and we can discuss more in the later parts of the panel.
Yeah, I would definitely agree that Saudi Arabia and China has been like a long-term trading partner since history. But when it comes to investment, I believe that Saudi Arabia market is relatively a new market for investment for investors in China. So maybe Ms. Deng, when it comes to, let's say, familiarity or knowledge, sometimes it's a little bit of a challenge. What are the things that we can do, or what are the things that you have been doing to raise the awareness so far?
Thanks, and good afternoon. It's so glad to be here to see old friends from Saudi and also friends from Hong Kong. Obviously, I would see Saudi Arabia, the kingdom, already did a great job to promoting themselves and also bring themselves in the spotlight globally by providing quite a lot of conference events. A lot of people travel to Riyadh nowadays, and every time we've been there, we feel so you can certainly sense the dynamic of the economy and everything's going on. It's so trendy, and but talking about investment to Saudi, it's still need some sort of client education. And when we bring this Saudi ETF on Hong Kong Stock Exchange last quarter, and most likely our clients only knows like the largest company, the Aramco. But we do, constantly we do seminars and also do the client educations with clients. Very surprisingly, when we're doing other, topics of seminars or client educations, there's a lot of people will come ultimately to ask. So, like CSOP, you introduced the Saudi ETF. So could you share with us a little bit of their background stories? So how you guys, work with them? So what's their styles of working, and how you think the opportunity is? When we share with the story with them, they will feel fascinating. And also ourselves is like, Saudi is an emerging market, but everything goes so fast. Like this ETF, when we first went there, we only spent 6 months to talking with our major seeders and bring this to Hong Kong. So I think, but in order to make Saudi, the investment opportunities more acceptable by the regional investors, we still need to do massive of educations, like CSOP. Probably annually we will do like 2,000 seminars. Mm-hmm. And we hope, through doing this continually, client education, we can make more people know more about Saudi and also the investment opportunity. And also I encourage people, go to Saudi, see by yourself and feel that. And probably you were like me, you know, really falling in love with the kingdom.
Yeah, I agree. I think we should all book a trip to Saudi Arabia. Hopefully you all agree. Wilfred, I'm sure that in terms of awareness, just wondering what's your thought on what Ms. Ding has shared, or maybe generally speaking, what kind of opportunities and prospects does this represent for maybe China and Hong Kong particularly?
Yeah, very good question, SC, and I do think that Hong Kong is a very ideal place for a lot of these great activities to happen. As you can see here in the forum, and participants, you probably will share the same opinion. I do want to mention that I personally travel quite a lot to Riyadh, and that's why I know my new and become very good friends, Mohammed here, and we form a very strong partnership. And this partnership is bringing along the opportunities. And today's our forum and this particular topic is about frontier, right? Frontier in terms of investment, frontier in terms of financing, frontier in terms of opportunities that we are talking about here, right? In today's world, I think we oftentimes, sometimes capital market get a little bit carried away and traumatized with geopolitical tensions here, interest rate here, and other risk factors here, and forgot about what is the new and evolving thematics that are actually going to reshape capital markets and reshape the world. And I think the Saudi market and the opportunity is very apparently that if you focus, you look at it, understanding the thoughts around the Vision 2030 and the whole decarbonization journey that is in a lot of the nuts and bolts of the opportunities itself, is bringing a lot of renewed set of market growth trajectory that we can all look for. And that's why I'm very excited to be here to talk about that alongside with our great partner here. And to China as well, China is actually also going through a lot of transformations. We're talking about a lot of the new productivity coming out from China's 新质生产力, right? And how it's going to transform our country and in a very meaningful and significant way and onward, not in the past, but into the future, right? So that requires a lot of courage and obviously leadership. At the same time, capital markets to empower that to happen. And Saudi, I mentioned about that Vision 2030, is also around transformation, about diversifications, right? So when we bring that together here in Hong Kong, when we bring the capital together, when we bring all the corporates together here, there are so many different dialogues that's happening. It's going to bring along such a great set of opportunities.
Well, thank you, Wilfred. Mr. Arumi, I hope that you are happy to listen to Wilfred and Ms. Ding to share about the excitement about Saudi Arabia. Given that Saudi Exchange is the Middle East's biggest stock exchange, maybe you can share some of the recent steps that you have taken to attract international investors?
Sure. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank our partners, Hong Kong Exchange, for setting up this amazing event. This is our first event outside of Saudi. I think we have a great show up from investors, and we would like to thank the listed companies who come all the way here to visit this beautiful city, very vibrant and full of life and full of international investors. And there's a good reason why we believe Hong Kong is a great partner for us. They've been doing a great job in the past few years, and I think they've established themselves as a destination for international investors looking to invest in Asia. So for us, as a country that are gearing up to become a thriving economy and having the biggest stock market or the biggest capital market within that time zone, I think Hong Kong is a great partner to connect Middle East with the East. We have very ambitious plans. And to answer your question about the steps that we're taking, it has two main elements. The first one is on the stock market or the stock exchanges Tadawul, and I'll go from the smallest part in the whole ecosystem. We've been doing a lot of work in the past few years. Major project every year to accommodate the need of international investors and the asset managers, I would say, institutional in general. We'd never miss a year without a bigger project. For example, this year, in the third quarter, we'll be doing the second phase of our post-trade development program. This is our biggest infrastructure upgrade within the infrastructure capital market. We've also last year introduced the market making, which my friend Luai alluded about the activity and the market making. We've launched the options later in 2023. Before that, we did phase 1 of BTTB. We've also done a lot of enhancements and the borrowing and lending, and also to the listing, where we can see a very healthy pipeline of IPOs, not just only small or large, but different sectors, different cycle and their journey from being a private to public. So when it comes to the technology, we have the state of the art, similar to the global exchanges, but it's not only about the technology. There's a major element, which is the regulations. And we've been working closely with the regulator, CMA, because they are leading the development of the capital market, being part of the Financial Sector Development Program, which is one of the Vision 2030 programs. And one of the main goals is attracting international investments. And I think we've been doing well in the past few years. If you look at, in 2019, we had around $30 billion investment. Now it's 3 times. And still, we are bounded by regulations where it limits the international investments, because you need to have 500 million AUM in order to invest in Saudi. So although we are enjoying a lot of liquidity increasing from the market, but there's a room to grow when the regulator feels this is the right time to reduce the threshold. But did not stop the international investments flowing in Saudi. We have been looking at the other regulations where we intersect with the regulator. If you look at the ESG investments, and when we started with our partners like the MSCI and other international rating agencies, we work closely with the listed companies. And as they are getting familiar with ESG, we've noticed a great growth, even greater than the international investments. So in the past 2 years, the growth was about 30% per annum. And also, we believe it will be greater this year and the coming years as more and more companies are disclosing their ESG. But even if we look at the capital market, you have the state-of-the-art regulations, the best governance code, the best, I think, minority interest regulations out there, and the QFI program and the constant development. But I think the main attraction of Saudi Arabia is the country itself, the vision. I mean, we are halfway toward 2030. And I remember when the program or the vision first came out, it was faced with criticism, skepticism, but now we have achieved some of the goals that were set for 2030. And we didn't relax, we changed the goals, make it more challenging. But I think the message that was sent to everyone that we are determined, we are transforming the company, the economy to be more sustainable, not relying on oil, which opened up the economy to new sectors like the tourism. We've reached our goal in women participation in the workforce, and many goals that have exceeded the original goal. You look at the economy, one of the fastest in the G20, high consumer spending, low inflation, youth population as well, 60% lower than 30 years of age. So, I mean, what else you are looking for? Even for the leadership, you have great visionary leadership, stable, secure country. So we tick all the boxes for a great destination for any international investments. We are part of the country. We think there is great potential for us. We are looking to provide win-win, having a greater economy, but also provide great opportunities for investors, not only the capital market, but beyond that. And as an exchange, and I think, my friend, we are providing the opportunities for companies to grow by providing opportunities of investments to get higher return. So as simple as that.
Well, thank you for the insights. It definitely sounds very exciting to learn about the development of the stock market, of the exchange, of the infrastructure of the economy. Just now, I saw Loy keep nodding your head. I'm sure that you agree to a lot of things that just now it has been mentioned. But I think it's a perfect segue to go a little bit deeper. Just now we talk about ESG, we talk about a few things, and I noticed that for SNB, besides stock market, SNB also talks a lot about debt, derivatives, commodities. Do you mind sharing a little bit more to every one of us so that we can understand what's there for the market?
Okay. In the debt market, actually, we are playing an active role. And beside that, SNB is the primary issuer of Sukuk in Saudi. And it's one of our biggest client as a broker. But also we see that now there is more and more interest coming from individual investors beside the institution to get into these tools or asset class. The reason why it's becoming listed, available, and also the technology solutions that SNB Capital is providing and similar investment banking is providing is enabling to grow this. Also from the other side, the government is putting huge focus on the debt market. One recent program where they launched in Saudi, they call it SAH. It's basically Sukuk Hukumiyya, and the objective of that is to encourage, small individuals or investors to get into the concept of saving through Sukuk. In the first issuance, they crossed 200 million, and we're talking of a cap that any individual shouldn't exceed roughly $50,000. So all of these efforts, it tells you that it is a focus from from the banks, from the market, also from the government side. We are putting lots of effort to grow the debt market.
All right, that makes a lot of sense. I'm sure that there will be a lot of questions, but let me come back later. And Ms. Ding, my question is, besides equities, I guess for most of the Chinese investors or people like me, maybe I know about the equities, but usually maybe we are not very familiar with other things. So from the Chinese perspective, what are some of the other up-and-coming asset classes or investment strategies that you think will be appealing for the Chinese investors?
Yeah, thanks. I think before go further, I would say for Chinese investors or regional investors, if you try to invest in Saudi market, right now the best way is still 2830, the ETF listed on Hong Kong Stock Exchange, because I know you guys, the portion you invest in Saudi is very little. So better, to have a broader band, ETF invest in first. And besides that, I think, just like you said, there's a lot of sectors are very interesting and compelling, from the aspect of Chinese investors' point of view. I give you examples. Like first of all, like the renewable energy sectors. So when we talk about Saudi, talk about the economy, everybody will talk about oil price, Aramco. But in their Vision 2030s, they clearly stated that by 2030, the whole country's electricity, 50% will be in the renewable energy. And this country already spent, maybe I'm wrong, so please correct me, it's like $200 billion to build up solar power. And they try to, generate like a 200 gigawatt, power electricities for the nation. And we all know, like Chinese, we are very good at solar powers. For over these years, we accumulate a lot of expertise, technologies, and also financial capabilities in supporting those areas. So for those areas, I think Chinese investors will have quite a lot of incentive to participate and also invest. And another one is tourism. I know there's in the next coming couple of days there will be holiday for Hong Kong people. So tourism also in Vision 2030, it states like Saudi has the ambitions to aim to be the leading tourist destination. So we see, Saudi governments and the countries spend billions of dollars, build a lot of infrastructures, build a lot of, beautiful place, like the Red Sea, the resource along Red Sea coast. And my friend went there. He told me it's fabulous. You need to be there. So unfortunately, I have been in Saudi for many, many times, but my colleagues always, filling all the meetings with that. I never have a chance to explore that. And also, there's some interesting projects. A lunar mirror, it's a huge building inside of the desert. It's also fabulous. A lot of things, we can come to enjoy the nature, the culture of Saudi. So I think, from their part, obviously, Chinese, we have a lot of tourists, right? We have 1.4 billion people, And this is also the sectors I think Chinese people will love to look at that. And besides that, from asset classes, and my friends already said that the Sukuk and the bonds, they also looks very, very compelling from outside. First of all, it provides a very decent returns, especially those with government support one. And another one I think is also very interesting is, in Asia, right now we are lack of, high quality, decent yield credit products supplies. But that one gives us very good returns. And also because Saudi has a lot of constructions, infrastructure buildings, they will continually provide this sort of debt instruments to the market. So, and also, I think the most beautiful part is the international money, penetration of the international money is very low. So I think from that part, it's also a good opportunities for us as well.
Well, after listening to you, I realize I know so little about Saudi Arabia. I probably need to download a list of where I should be going to Saudi next time. But anyway.
Ask Mohammed.
So, but let's shift of topic. Let's say, Dr. Wei, any growth strategy or anything that you observe that is worth looking into Saudi Arabia a little bit deeper, maybe except a shopping list or where to go?
Sure. I think, to me and to us as MSCI, the overarching principle of multi-asset exposure is really rests on this concept of connectivity and diversification, right? As I alluded to, and the Vice Minister said in the morning, right, the connectivity between these two civilizations going back, to the old Silk Roads 1,000 years ago. Now, we do see the synergy building up between China's new road and, one road and one belt initiative and Saudi's 2030 vision, which is trying to building up this FDI economic trade linkage. And now, financial markets, equity debt markets play a crucial role in terms of financing this next stage of economic connectivity, right? But what it means for investors, you cannot do this alone in your individual markets. You need this connectivity. And that is why we see, for example, from China's point of view, because low interest rate, many investors are looking for high-yielding, sustainable cash investment, and that's where, this fixed income instrument in Saudi come into the picture, right? And the other instance is that investors increasingly finding opportunities in equity and fixed income in, fields like tagging into mega trends like this alternative energy, renewable energy, even subfields like EV, batteries, artificial intelligence. Now, MSA actually, we play a big role in terms of constructing those indexes and tools and data that help capture those exposures, right? And talking about the role of Saudi and China play in this climate transition, right? China obviously is playing big in this green infrastructure, EV sectors, and Saudi is trying to build up the solar energy production. I'm actually proud to see some statistics. Last year, the non-oil and gas contribution to Saudi's 2023 GDP is already 50%, one half. That's a significant milestone, right? Signaling your big achievement under this 2030 vision. But we need more of that, right? We want to, mobilize the capital in this part of the world, to help to fuel that next stage of growth. And that is why, it's crucial to understand the data, the insights, the tools that, MSCI, we are proudly offering. The other field of investment is really relates to investment behaviors and the traditions, right? For example, when we talk about maybe building the connectivity of Chinese equity markets and bringing in diversification opportunities for the Saudi investors. A lot of retails and some institutions may look at the opportunities from the Islamic or Sharia compliance perspective, and now it will be very different from how the Chinese domestic investors look at those opportunities. So it's actually we again at MSCI play a big role in terms of understanding those detailed needs, no one-size-fits-all approach, and leveraging our deep expertise over 20 years of experience in building Islamic solutions, right? And help build that connection, right? I'm just citing some examples where we can actually fund a lot of connectivity and diversification, to fuel the next stage of growth.
I would 100% agree the importance of data and get the tools right. Well, I don't want to make a commercial here, but Bloomberg definitely provides a great solution to analyze the data and to understand the market. So put that aside. Let's talk about how we can facilitate the market access and enhance the investment process for international stakeholders. Hong Kong has been doing a lot of things, and especially Hong Kong Exchange has been doing a lot of things. Hong Kong Saudi ETF listing, we talked about just now, I think it's a big move. And Wilfred, do you mind sharing maybe a little bit more on any new product services that we should pay attention to, or maybe any plan that we should be aware of?
Sure. I think first and foremost, one of very unique feature of HKEX is we have a very diverse product ecosystem across from cash equities to ETFs to structured products to fixed income, you name it, right? And we have obviously also a Connect program to have a further diversification in terms of the participants into our market, and that is, I think, very, very unique when we benchmark of other markets. Now, how to leverage these product ecosystem and grow the capital markets and providing the opportunities, I think the key thing is really making sure that we are following the key demand trend of the markets. And that is always evolving from one year to the other year. And therefore, that's why it is so important to have a good and robust product ecosystem to allow issuers like CSOP, right, and the like to come and say, okay, I'm going to issue a specific thematic product because that is, we see an opportunities here. Or you have another kind of a trader investment manager and saying, look, I want to manage my risk onto a platform through some derivative products and be able to do it all in one place, and that facilitations and efficiency will naturally then pick up. So I think those are the importance about the product ecosystem that foster that environment. And we are also very encouraged, obviously, with the recent announcement from CSRC, the 5 measures, and I keep on repeating myself, but it's really good news for a lot of us here that there are a lot of opportunities cultivated to create new products. When, for example, ETF, that there are certain relaxation in terms of AUM and also the amount of non-Hong Kong stocks can be included. To REITs, for example, on the other hand, are being included into the Stock Connect program. As you can see, what we're doing is we're building. We have been building, and this year is the 10th year anniversary of the Connect program, is to build that out and scale those up as 2 dimensions of expansions. And when that is happening, that gives rise to a lot of product innovation opportunities, right? Not to mention, just a week ago or so, Hong Kong has launched the crypto spot ETF as well, and that has gotten a lot of traction. And we now, obviously, in a far frontier in the virtual asset front as well. So I think great opportunities and great news. So I do encourage a lot of market participants to make sure that you follow and remain very, very focused on the opportunities that you're chasing, and go full speed into it.
May I follow up a little bit on like what kind of role that you think Hong Kong can play for investing in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, as we discussed with our partner, Saudi Exchange, we see that as highly complementary nature in terms of their market and our market and the respective role that we are playing, right? And I think that's the first and foremost. Second is I think the opportunity set of that coming from the Saudi perspective, opportunity set coming from the China side, highly complementary as well in this kind of, I think, changing world orders and at the same time opportunity set with the respect to the real market demand of where it is heading. And that foster growth and cooperation opportunities that we can bring along a lot more no matter global investors or Chinese investors into the Saudi market. And similarly, we are going to be able to bring along more of the Saudi's investors and investment opportunities on this part of the world. And you heard also the need for diversifications from the investment perspective. When these kind of things happen, what you normally do is based on our study of efficient market hypothesis, we all know that bring the efficient frontier outward, right? And therefore, the market become more prosperous, and your risk-adjusted return will be increasing as a result, and therefore, those are the synergistic values that we can pleasantly see, and a lot of new opportunities.
Lloyd, a quick question. From SNB Capital, I mean, like, how does SNB Capital enhance the service to help out the international investors overall? Anything that you may want to give us some insights?
I believe the way going forward is the investment in technology, because this is what will help the investor. The investor, by the end of the day, is looking for a great experience, starting with the onboarding, the interaction, the platform that he's trading with. And building on that, I would say, and referring to the Silk Road, I think by opening both markets and we see the flow from China and Saudi, we will start digitizing the Silk Road.
Cool. Well, time is running short. I'm just going to ask Dr. Wei a quick question about, given all the great things we hear about how China and Saudi Arabia can work together, but when it comes to the practical standpoint, what do you think about asset allocation?
Yeah, I think there is a lot to do with asset allocation, but first and foremost, and definitely, you need more such forums for each other to understand each other better, right? We know, those two words always communicate, but for a long while, because of big breakage of some, trailing link and, historical reasons, there has been reduction of that communication. But now we see resurgence, right? That is definitely the trend we are going to see, understanding each other's companies, culture. When I traveled to, Riyadh end of February this year, for example, when I speak to the investors, I actually find a lot more commonalities of how we think about, personal issues, financial issues in this part of the world. So there is simply so much that each other can do together. In terms of the practical insights, obviously, Hong Kong and Saudi, those two markets will be very important hubs to achieving this increasingly integrated connectivity. Bringing those two investment pools together, right? Diversification matters. Diversification not only means, simple asset classes or, focus on certain themes, but it is actually expanding from, this individualist growth drivers that is propelling from, demographic changes that we see, for example, positively in large part of GCC and, the intrinsic focus, incremental focus on innovation, for example. Those are the growth drivers and diversification benefits, the investors can gain from this part of the world, and vice versa. China is trying to rebalance the economy. There are sectors that's going to benefit, right? And of course, the Saudi investors will find the diversification benefit. I just find that given this deep connectivity happens, these two regions can really shape the future of finance in those development. Yeah.
Well, this is a great discussion, but let's end this with the last question, maybe to Ms. Ding. This new China-Saudi corridor is relatively new. Do you think it's going to be sustainable? And in your mind, what is the key measure for success?
Yeah, I think, you know, it will be just more than sustainable. You will go deeper and go more areas to, you know, collaborate together. The reason is very simple. So first of all, you know, Saudi right now is the biggest oil supply to China. And China is the largest trade partner with Saudi. So at current stage, Saudi is 90% of the export goes to China. And also, you know, Saudi, not only Saudi, but GCC countries, I think for their best interests, the first priority for their economy is to diversify their economy. There are two reasons. First of all, the oil price has been dropped to below $20 a barrel. So that was a wake-up call for every GCC countries. So we need to diversify our economy, not only rely on oil. And that also states on their Vision 2030, says, you know, by 2030, their export, the oil, you know, portion of export will below 50%. I remember something like, non-oil sector will be like 65% of their export. So another one is pandemic. So because of pandemic, you know, global supply chain was totally disrupted. And for GCC countries, you know, their supply, their domestic daily consumption is highly reliant on global supply. So with that, you know, people are also trying to diversify their economy. And China, I think, in a lot of aspects, can help GCC country and also Saudi to build their own supply chains, to diversify their economies, and also can support a lot of their ambitions they try to do. So I think it will be a great and fantastic collaboration.
Well, thank you, Ms. Ding, and thank you very much, every panelist. And I'll say, if you haven't booked a trip to Saudi yet, please go ahead. But again, thank you very much for everyone for the great insights. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all so very much for that very insightful panel discussion. I'm sure there were a lot of takeaways, a lot of valuable takeaways from what we saw. It's interesting, it's actually very interesting to understand more about the opportunities that are there between Saudi Arabia, China, especially in the asset classes, debt, commodities. The opportunities are obvious, and really it's very encouraging to see that the future is bright between the trade of the two nations. So that's really, really good to see. And for now, the presentation of our third series of the day, I'd like to invite the Chief Financial Officer of Aqua Power, Mr. Abdelhamid Al-Mahadib. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here with you in Hong Kong. Allow me in the next 15 minutes or so to give you a bit of introduction about Aqua Power. And we are actually here for the next 2 days. In case of any interest of further engagement, please feel free also to engage with our team for a one-to-one session. So just a brief intro to Aqua Power. Aqua Power is actually a company that is focused in the development, operation, and investment on power-generated assets and water desalination and the green hydrogen. The green hydrogen is the new element that we have added to our portfolio in the last 3 years or so. We have a significantly large portfolio under management. So total portfolio under management is around $84 billion. To give you a perspective in the different technologies, when it comes to the power, we are around 55 gigawatt in terms of power capacity. Maybe not a lot of you are familiar with what does 1 gigawatt equal to, so maybe I will go with the Hong Kong capacity. So the capacity of Aqua Power is equivalent to almost 4 cities on the scale of Hong Kong. So we can supply almost 4 Hong Kong-style mega metropolitan cities. When it comes to the water side, we are actually the world's largest water desalination company. We do more than 8 million meter cube per day of water desalination. This is enough water to supply for almost 2.75 the size of a city like Hong Kong when it comes to full water desalination. It's a large portfolio. Also, we are today the only company in the world that have done a large-scale green hydrogen project. We are doing that in NEOM, and we're going to talk about it a little bit more in details. Okay, so we'll start with a little bit of the water portfolio. So when it comes to the water portfolio, it has been crossing almost 5 countries. We are very proud in the last few weeks signing our first water desalination project in Africa. So in the past, it used to be a water requirement usually happening in the GCC region, or let's say the Gulf region within Asia, where there is a big shortage of water and there is no running rivers are there, and we require almost 70 to 80% of the capacity of drinking water is actually from the water desal. Now we are seeing more and more demand coming from Africa, and we also believe that will also come in Central Asia and Far Asia. Big bet on the water side. Maybe 2 important figures I would like to share with you, giving our innovation and really the drive of Aqua Power innovation for the last 20 years in the water side. The first is that the consumption of the electricity for each meter cube per day, we have been successfully reducing that almost 90% in the last 20 years. So for the exact same water meter cube, whatever we have used to charge, let's say 20 years ago, now it's almost 90% lower than that. When it comes to also the cost, more or less 60% has been reduced in a tariff basis for the water desalination. I think also it's very important to link the water story with the power. If you look at the last couple of projects we did, we have 2 good remarkable projects where we call it green water, because ultimately the whole source of the water comes from green energy. And this was one in Dubai, where we did, together with our partner DIWA, a full water desalination plant depending on the renewables. So we are using the excess heat, and we are using the renewable power to produce completely green water from that project. The second one is, we're going to talk about it more in the next slide, which is the Red Sea project, which is 100% renewable water. On the green hydrogen, we have done a remarkable transaction last year, which is the NEOM Green Hydrogen. It is $8.4 billion project, where we're going to end up producing almost 220,000 kiloton of green hydrogen from Saudi, and it will be exported 100%. So the offtake is actually coming from a US company called Air Product, where all the green hydrogen production will go to the Europe and mainly the Europe, we expect. So that is a significant milestone. Why? Because if you look at the green hydrogen business, the slowdown is coming because of there is no market for offtake. And we have been able to secure an offtake for 30 years of this project with the Air Product. We have done also a second project of green hydrogen in Uzbekistan, and this is something that is mainly going to be actually green ammonia that will be produced. We are doing the first pilot project of around 50 megawatt equivalent, and hopefully once the pilot project is completed and we test it, we are going for a second phase on that. We are also exploring green hydrogen when it comes to opportunities in Egypt, in Morocco. We have also discussed other opportunities in the Far Asia, including locations actually very close by here. When it comes to the renewable portfolio, actually we have been doing a significant jump in the last 10 years. So if you look at our portfolio, maybe 10 years ago, the percentage of renewable is almost 1% of our total portfolio. Today, it's around 44.5. We are very close to our target by the year end, by 2030, where we're going to have 50% of our portfolio in renewables. Just to give you a perspective, today the portfolio of renewable is more than 24 gigawatt. So that is equivalent capacity to cover 3 countries easily in the Middle East. Maybe the last point I would like to highlight really is on the innovation. I believe we have done a lot of innovation when it comes to the different technologies that we are operating in, and that has helped us to bring and deliver a more competitive tariffs to the end user. If you look at the tariffs that has been delivered to countries in South Africa, Morocco, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, you wouldn't believe the percentage of decrease on the tariffs per megawatt. So for example, if you go to the PV, the first project we did on the solar was around 5.68 halalas, or let's say cents per kilowatt hour. Today, we have been able to deliver a project as low as 1.1 cents per kilowatt hour. So significant drop that allowed us to deliver more renewable energies to thousands or millions of people around the world. When it comes to the CSP technology, similar concept. The only project today in the world that has a single-digit tariff is actually one we delivered together with DEWA in Dubai, which is around 7.3 cents per kilowatt hour. This is a project actually that has more than 14 hours of storage capacity. It delivers renewable energy during the daytime and the nighttime. Storage will be the game in the future, and we are investing heavily on different technologies for the storage capacities to balance the grid as we are moving toward our energy transition targets. I would like to focus really in 4 projects when it comes to the Giga project that we have covered. NEOM Green Hydrogen, more or less, we have covered it a bit, but I would like to highlight this is a project that we developed together with NEOM City and Air Products. So each company will own 1/3 of the project. The project is progressing well in terms of construction. Today, we are around more than 40% construction progress. We are expecting that in the next 2 years or so, we will have the capacity of the green hydrogen being exported to Europe. This is a significant milestone. We believe this is not the end of the green hydrogen facilities that we're going to build in Saudi. It's actually the beginning. We are looking already with different partners to explore potential phases of this project or outside of Saudi Arabia as well. The second project I would like to highlight is the Red Sea project. So this is maybe in the beginning we talked about tourism in the early sessions today. I would like to highlight the Red Sea. It's the first ever destination where they would like to have 100% sustainable tourism. And this is a completely off-grid solution that is not connected with the grid of Saudi Arabia, and it has its own power capacity, water capacity, and water recycling. The whole concept is completely independent. So Aqua Power has led the development for the infrastructure of this project, where 100% of the power that's going to all the resorts are green. The water is coming from a green source, which is all the solar PV. We're going to get the water desalination 100% in a green initiative, and we have built there one of the biggest battery storage ever built in the world, actually. It is around 1.2 gigawatt hour. And with that project now is already operational, so we have a couple of hotels already open there, and we are also expecting phasing, a couple of other phases comes depending on the demand and the growth of the Red Sea city. To highlight a little bit on the water side, I talked about the overall capacity. Maybe one project that is of interest is actually Tawila project in Abu Dhabi. It is equivalent to almost 1 million meter cube per day. A significant project that has been constructed together with also some of our Chinese partners there, and ultimately reached plant commercial operation date a few months ago. So this project already in operational. It has also a good capacity of renewables integrated to that, so it has an element of green water coming out of that. The last project I would like to highlight in Aqua Power portfolio is what we call it Noor Energy. This is a project that is based in Dubai. It's around 950 megawatt project. The beauty of this project, it is actually integrating 3 different renewable technologies in one place. So you have the photovoltaic, which is the standard solar technology, and together with that you have the CSP technology, which is the parabolic trough mirrors that reflects basically the heat into tubes, based on which you get heat rather than electricity at the end of the process. So both technologies we are using, the ultimate objective is to use the photovoltaic during the daytime and the CSP during the nighttime, so you have a continuous operation of renewable energy of this project. So this is 4 projects of the almost 82 project that Aqua Power has, and we'd like to just give you a spot or a feel of Aqua Power portfolio. I would like to highlight what has been approved by the board last year, which was the Strategy 2.0. We have been listed for the last 3 years, and last year the board has approved actually a new strategy to triple the capacity for the next 7 years. So by 2030, we are targeting to reach $250 billion assets under management, and this strategy depends on a couple of components. On the power side, we're going to increase our power capacity from 55 gigawatt to around 150 gigawatt. On the water side, we are targeting to go from 8 million meter cube per day to around 15 to 16 million meter cube per day. And in the green hydrogen, maybe to simplify it, we are trying to build 10 times what have we built in NEOM green hydrogen. So this is in summary what we are trying to do, that we are expecting the growth will come in Saudi mainly. So Saudi will have 50% of the total growth will be coming in Saudi, whereas the other 50% we are planning to invest internationally. We have actually a strong pipeline already agreed with PIF. So 70% of the growth in Saudi when it comes to the renewable is already secured for Aqua Power to deliver that. So Aqua Power is the local champion for the Saudi Vision 2030 renewable program. We have already started now doing phase 4 of the plans, and together with PIF, we're going to deliver the full pipeline, which is the renewable program by 2030. On the international front, we are going both G2G and competitive bidding. So we have done and secured almost a $10 billion G2G agreement with Uzbekistan, and we are also replicating that with other Central Asian countries, together with our growth internationally. Maybe with that, I will have only less than 2 minutes. I would like to highlight the growth and complementing that with what we are doing in China. So today in China, we have been actually here for the last, I will say 15 years. Since 2009, Aqua Power was in China. We had an office in Beijing, we have an office in Shanghai. And we have been able to build our own resources to manage all the stakeholders that we are dealing with in China. So the OEMs, the EPC contractor, investors, stakeholders, and also the lenders. Today, if you look at Aqua Power partnership with China, since inception to today, it's around $40 billion. So you have heard in the morning today how much is the partnership between Saudi Arabia and China, and how much China has invested in Saudi Arabia, and how much Saudi Arabia invested in China last year. Our number, if you take the cumulative number, is actually higher than the G2G overall. It's a big partnership. We have a big office, as I mentioned, in Shanghai. And in fact, what we are expecting and what we are moving toward is actually doing part of the growth for the next 7 years to be in China. So the thing that we are looking at today is that we have strong capabilities in the water desal, being the world leader. We are exploring now a couple of projects in China. Also, when it comes to the renewable and green hydrogen, we do believe that we have a competitive edge that we have built, and we would like to also invest in China, both in the green hydrogen and on the renewables. So keeping that in mind, it will not be a significant part of the growth, where the big part, as I mentioned, will be in Saudi Arabia, 50% of the growth coming from Saudi. The other 50% will be international, and some of that will be in China. This is the objective we have in China, and with that, I think the time is over. So thank you very much, and looking forward to meet you all.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Abdelhamid Al-Mahedib. For the next series of presentation, I would like to welcome on stage the Chief Financial Officer at Kuei-Shou, Mr. Bing Jin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bin Jing. I'm Chief Financial Officer of Kuaishou. It's my great honor to be here today to introduce our company, Kuaishou, and also share some of my thoughts on how we can contribute to the local prosperity of MENA region as a leading global short-form video platform. Today, I'm going to cover 4 topics. Number 1, introduce who we are. Number 2, our global footprint and presence in MENA region. Number 3, our powerful AI-empowered model. And number 4, our outlook and future strategy in the MENA region. So let's start with who we are first. Kuaishou today is the number 2 world-leading short-form video platform after TikTok and Douyin, and also number 3 China's largest app behind WeChat and Douyin is the TikTok version in China. We have over 700 million monthly active users and 380 million daily active users. We think by far short-form video is the most advanced business model. Imagine why. Because within the same time frame, short-form video contain more information than text, than image and audio. And it's immersive and engaging. More importantly, it's driven by AI. For example, when you download Kuaishou, the first 6 episodes of short-form video will be randomly selected from our massive library of the content. Then based on how often you stay on that short-form video, how often you swipe up and down, how often you share and like, dislike, comment, etc., we learn your behavior. Then the next 6 episodes of short-form video will be carefully curated and tailor-made for your preference. So that's the reason why the user experience is further enhanced, and this becomes a virtuous cycle. So today in China, our average daily user, they spend over 120 to 130 minutes. It's 2 hours on our platform. It's a phenomenal number. And also, second very unique aspect of our business model is we tailor-made, we promote long-tail content. So we encourage ordinary people to create, upload, and share the short-form video content on an everyday basis. The third point is we have a lot of social behavior and social interaction with our platform. For example, by end of last year, our total number of mutual followers, the people who follow each other, reached 32 billion. That mutual follower empower our lot of social interaction within our content platform, but also enhance our monetization effort, particularly in the e-commerce sector. Last but not least, we also contribute a lot of social value. By end of last year, we have created in total 40 million jobs opportunities in China. A lot of those people have become a full-time content creators on our platform. So built upon that advanced business model and solid business progress, we have achieved very impressive financial result. If you look at our 2023 numbers, we have achieved 113.5 billion RMB. That's roughly $16 billion revenue. 50% is coming from advertising, 30% from live streaming, and over 10% from e-commerce. And last year, we have achieved 1.18 trillion RMB GMV for our e-commerce business. And now that ranks us as the 5th largest e-commerce platform in China. If you include every shelf-based e-commerce players and live streaming e-commerce players, we are number 5. On top of revenue growth, we have also been relentlessly focusing on ROI and enhancing the operation efficiency. So last year, we have achieved over 10 billion RMB profit. That paved the way for our future growth. Also testify our business model is very sustainable. So that's a quick overview of the business and the financial numbers of Kuaishou. Then let's talk about our global footprint. Global-wide, as I mentioned, we are number 2 behind TikTok. We focus more on emerging markets. Our top 3 markets globally is Brazil, MENA, and Indonesia. And we have very high user stickiness. Every day, our DAU global-wide spend over 70 minutes across these 3 main regions. And they not only spend long time, but also create a lot of content and share with each other. Our monetization efforts globally is more focusing on live streaming advertising. 70% from advertising, 30% from live streaming. Last year, we have achieved around $300 million revenue for overseas. That might not be an impressive number, but it also tripled on a year-on-year basis. On top of that, we have also been focusing on enhancing the operating efficiency by reducing the sales and marketing dollars, by enhancing the personnel efficiency. So we have hugely narrowed our global loss, right? Overseas loss. We narrowed that number from $1 billion loss in 2022 to around $300 to $400 million loss last year. And we aim to make the overall overseas business profitable by 2025. That's a quick overview of the global business. Now, let's specifically talk about MENA. In Mina, we're also a leading player in the short-form video space. We have in total 20 million monthly active users. Every month, we have 20 million video being uploaded, and we have 2 million content creators who continuously provide fresh content to our Mina content library. And also, we have very high user stickiness in Mina region. Every day, people spend over 60 minutes. And we have, every month, we have 1 billion likes. We have over 100 million comments. It empowers our social behavior and social interaction within the Mina short-form video platform. Our monetization right now is more focusing on live streaming, but we are very confident to continue to drive advertising and in the future e-commerce business in Mina, which I'll go into later part as well. So that's a quick overview of our business presence in Mina region. The third topic, I'm going to talk about AI. If you look at our company name, in China, we call it Kuaishou, K-W-A-I-S-H-O-U. There is AI embedded. Our global product is called KWAI, Kwai, Kawaii. It also has AI embedded. So that's not a coincidence. From day one, AI is within our genes. It's part of DNA. Because remember, when I start with short-form video, it is empowered by AI technology. So from day one, we have incubated world-leading recommendation technology by understand user behavior and predict and tailor-made content for them. And in 2022, we also introduced a world-leading SIM model, SIM model. It's called Search-Based Interest Model. Basically, it adds a lot of the user behavior parameter, into our model, and then predict the long-term user preferences so that we can tailor-make the content based on their location, based on their job, based on their income level, etc., to curate our advertising or e-commerce or whatever local services to satisfy needs and empower our monetization efforts. So that's called SIM model. Today, we are aware ChatGPT era has come, so we're working relentlessly on large language model, LLM model as well. Right now, we're working on 175 billion parameter model. It already surpassed ChatGPT 3.5 version capabilities on various kind of tests, and we are confident to achieve ChatGPT 4.0 capability within the next few months. So that's about LLM. And with this LLM model, we also empower a lot of application scenarios. To give you an example, in the content creation side, we have introduced a very advanced text-to-image model. And that model we call Ketu. It's similar to Midjourney 5.0 version capabilities. We are further working on text-to-video, like a Sora version type of capability, which will be launched very soon. That's number one aspect. Also utilizing this capability, we can empower our advertisers to create a short-form video content, advertising content in a short time period with very low cost. So this hugely reduces their content creation burden. Thirdly, we also utilize AI to empower our advertisers and e-commerce merchants to further analyze their ROI and data in real-time basis and allow them to put their advertisement in a real-time basis at a very fast, efficient manner. Last but not least, we're also using AI capability to enhance our internal efficiencies. To give you a number sense, by utilizing AI products, including the content creation, advertising placement tools, our data analytical tools, we have enhanced our advertising consumption on a level of 10 million RMB per day. Now that translates to 3 to 4 billion RMB per year revenue for advertising. That's empowered by our AI capabilities. So AI is truly important. In the future, we think we have a world-leading content library. We have a continually growing user base. We have a lot of user parameters. We have world-leading SIM model and LLM model, and we have many, many application areas where we can apply these models. We do think we'll play a very important role in AI era. I think this time we have clearly seen a shift from a previous information age to the data era. Right? We're in a data era, but in the future it's the AI era. So as a leading player in the AI era, we think we'll not only introduce new models, but also we'll implement these models into our business settings and to add more value to the local society. That's the third topic. Last, let's talk about our future strategies in Mina. Our Mina region, as I said, has 20 million monthly active users. In the future, we're going to incorporate our China business model and China advanced technology and expertise. In China, we have developed a model called platform of platform. Think about it, POP model. What it means that we itself is a content platform. We match users and content at the same time. But on this platform, we can incubate different verticals of small platforms. E-commerce is a perfect example of how we utilize live streaming to sell product at a much efficient manner and cultivate a big live streaming e-commerce business model within our big platform. We have also entered into a local service model where we utilize live streaming to introduce users to look at local service content first, and then direct this traffic to an offline restaurant, to our offline theme park, to an offline tourist spot, and generate commissions, right? That's another example of small platform or platform. We have also introduced an area called blue-collar worker recruitment in China, where there's a lot of factory trying to hire workers, massive number of workers at short period of time, which they find very hard to do in an offline setting. But with this live streaming and short-form video capability, we can match the employers with millions of offline potential employees in real time and introduce the working requirement, work setting, etc. And we can charge a commission from every successful transaction. Last but not least, we have also introduced an online property sales model where we utilize live streaming. A particular host or property developer manager can live stream the properties in real time and sell the properties to our audiences, and we charge a commission. So these are all examples of platform model. We think in MENA region, this model can also work. So our strategy in MENA is very clear. Number one, localization. We're going to localize our content and our product features. We will tailor-make our product features to cater for local culture and religion. For example, chatting rooms, social games, localized UI features. For the content, we'll extend our content from the current entertainment format to more outdoor, to more social medias, to more games, to more sports-related content. And meanwhile, we're going to utilize our advanced AI capability to reiterate these content at a faster manner, at a better curated fashion towards our audience. Last but not least, we're also going to open our local offices in Saudi and in Middle East. Right now, we have not have an office yet, but we have people traveling around this region very frequently. In the future, we're going to add more local people to enhance the local operation in MENA region. So in short, with our global expertise, world-leading AI capabilities, our massive user data, and our local operation, we do think we will contribute more and more to the local society. So last, thanks for attention, and we hope we can work together at some point of time to contribute to the local prosperity in MENA region. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jin, for such an informative session. Next, if you can please join me in welcoming the Head of Investment Banking at SNB Capital to deliver the 5th series of the presentation. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Zaid Ghoul.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Zaid Al-Ghoul. I am the Managing Director and Head of Investment Banking at SNB Capital. And I will be privileged and honored to be among you today to present SNB Capital to you and bring you up to speed as to who we are and what we do. SNB Capital is a capital market institution in Saudi Arabia. It is regulated by the Capital Market Authority that regulates capital market institutions. We are the largest capital market institution. We were licensed by the CMA in 2007. And as I will take you through the slides that demonstrate our leading market position and the fact that we are the largest asset manager and the largest Sharia-compliant asset manager globally, managing over $65 billion of AUMs, equivalent to around 246 billion riyal, Saudi riyal. We have over 400 employees. We're headquartered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and we became SNB Capital following the merger of National Commercial Bank and Samba Financial Group to comprise SNB Bank. We are a fully owned subsidiary of SNB Bank, and as I stated, we're licensed by the Capital Market Authority. To give you a snapshot about the size of what we do, our revenue last year stood at over 2.5 billion riyal, giving us a net income of around 1.2 billion. And you know, if you look at these numbers in the context of other capital market institutions, they tend to give you the size that we deal with relative to the size of other capital market institutions. As I stated, we manage over 246 billion riyal through our asset management unit. That is the largest asset management unit and the largest Sharia compliant asset manager globally. We have a very vibrant and visible brokerage and security services practice that generated around 1 billion riyal worth of revenue last year and control around 18% market share in Saudi market. As I will explain in further detail in the coming slides, our investment banking is a very visible line of service with a market share of over 50% in equity capital market and debt capital market. What makes us unique as well is the size of our balance sheet and the fact that we manage an investment book of north of 10 billion riyal where we take balance sheet risk. So we do look at investment opportunities and we invest for our own. And I think we are the only capital market institution that has a prop book with that size. If we move to the values and the strategic pillars and the enablers that we have, we obviously put credibility first when it comes to what we do. We act quickly and in an agile way, and we think out of the box. So we are not hesitant to bring something new. And I will have the honor to take you through a couple of slides that shows one-of-a-kind product that we introduced to the Saudi capital market. And it's important to note the level of support that we found from the regulators in Saudi in allowing these products to come in a continuation of the effort to bring up the Saudi capital market to the Vision 2030 initiatives and level. Obviously, what enables us to do what we do is the collaborative structure, the technology infrastructure, and the talent that we have that is the outcome of our education program and exposure to the marketplace. We run 4 main service lines under SNB Capital, in addition to the prop book that I just stated. These service lines are asset management, which is the very visible service line, as I stated, managing over $65 billion of AUMs. These are spread over local, regional, and international equities, money market funds, and alternative assets that we manage on behalf of our clients. We have the securities and brokerage services, which provide a full spectrum of securities and brokerage and security services and a full visible research. I hope you managed to put your hand on one of the booklets that we have that show the extent and magnitude of the research unit that runs under our securities and brokerage services. We have the wealth management. Being the largest asset manager, we have access to high net worth individuals and an ample sample and from high net worth individuals that make our wealth management and private banking practice different and unique. And last but not least is the investment banking practice. We offer equity capital market, debt capital market, mergers and acquisition, corporate finance, and debt advisory. And I'll elaborate on those service lines when we come to the focus, the session that focuses on investment banking today. If we look at our investment banking, as I stated, there are several factors that makes us unique when we come to the relative positioning that we have in the marketplace. The most standing out, one of them is the visible track record and the market share that I stated too. The credibility that we have built with the regulators in terms of the quality files that we normally file on behalf of our clients. The fact that we enjoy a workforce of around 30 professional investment bankers on ground. And this number, when you put it in the context of the size of investment banks in Saudi Arabia and to a lesser extent the region, it is sizable by any way you look at it. On top of that, the distribution capabilities and the access to high net worth individuals that we enjoy puts us ahead of competition when it comes to us being able to distribute and place products. The large balance sheet that allow us to underwrite. we could go to around $2 billion underwriting in one go, given the size of the balance sheet that we have, and this has played a differentiator factor in us acting as a lead underwriters on several IPOs that we have done. We were recognized by several bodies. Tadawul, as an exchange, has recognized our contribution to the Saudi capital market, being the best investment bank and the leader of the best IPO in 2023. We were recognized with Arqam and the likes of Global Finance and Euromoney as the best bank in Saudi Arabia in 2023. As I stated, what goes under the investment banking is 4 main service lines. Under our equity capital market service line, obviously we do the IPOs, the follow-on offers in the format of rights issues and accelerated book build, and equity private placements. On the mergers and acquisition, we advise our clients on the buy side, sell side, and carve-outs. And we have a very active debt capital market unit that control over 70% of the Saudi Riyal issuances. And I have a unique slide that will show you the one-of-a-kind transactions that we have proudly represented our clients on when it comes to debt capital market. We run a very active corporate finance and debt advisory line of service that focuses on project finance, debt financing, refinancing, and debt restructuring. We were busy post the COVID period restructuring debt, and those transactions, as you know, they are interesting and they tend to take long, but they generate a very visible track record when they conclude and complete. This is a snapshot of the IPOs that took place in 2022, 2023, and up to date in 2024. The highlighted in green are the IPOs that we led as SNB Capital. And if you look at the size of those IPOs relative to the total pot, this gives you more than 50% market share. It's important to note that we have led the largest IPOs in 2022, 2023, and hopefully, as we see more to come in 2024, we are targeting to continue to be in the lead when it comes to IPO activities. The slide also shows the percentage that was offered by these companies and the coverage percentages that indicates the demand in the market. And this is a very important point to share with you firsthand. What differentiates Tadawul from any other exchange in the region is the level of liquidity, the size, and the visibility, making it an attractive place for cross-listing and dual listing. I will explain a little bit when we comes to the credentials, the interesting experience of taking Americana Restaurant, which was the first concurrent and dual listing that we took on Tadawul and Abu Dhabi Stock Exchange. And hopefully this has opened the door for multiple transactions that we expect to see and come on Tadawul as we go. The last 2 slides in my presentation focuses really on the interesting one-of-a-kind transactions that we helped our clients navigate through. We were supported heavily, as I stated, by the regulators and the Tadawul team in bringing those transactions and the path they took to reality. And this path is becoming now a path and a precedent that others can follow. If you look at the upper left corner, the transaction through which the Public Investment Fund sold 6% of its shareholding in Saudi telecom company as part of the capital recycling program. This was a unique transaction because it was the first fully marketed offering to be offered in Saudi Arabia, whereby a sale percentage takes place in an existing listed entity, allowing both institutional and retail shareholders to subscribe. That was a $3.2 billion deal. We were very proud to be part of the consortium that worked on it. There was, and still until this minute, not a regulatory path that can take you through a fully marketed offering. So we had to create a framework for that transaction. The team at CMA and Tadawul worked very hard with us and the lawyers to adapt this path, and it's being regulated as we speak. But that was a unique transaction that was one of a kind, indication of the out-of-the-box exercise that we do. Americana, as I stated, is the first concurrent and dual listing. As we all know, the Tadawul and the CMA regulation until this minute allows you to cross-list on Tadawul, but not to do concurrent and dual listing. So what was unique about this transaction is we ended up ringing the bell in both markets at the same time. Again, a regulatory path is being established for those kind of transactions, but this was the very true and first concurrent and dual listing where we had to test the fungibility of share movement between two markets. And I can't stress enough on the effort that the Tadawul team has put to make this a reality. The third one was the first debt equity swap in the history. Actually, if you look at the kingdom, we did the 5.3 billion riyal as part of restructuring the debt at Jabal Umar. These are in the public domain now. And that was the first and visible and large debt equity swap transaction. During last year, the CMA, as part of the continuous effort to upgrade the regulatory framework, introduced a very unique regulation that allows public companies to raise the capital by inviting a strategic shareholder to come to the book and subscribe by waiver of existing shareholder preemptive right. So technically, it's dilutive to other shareholders, provided that the strategic shareholder brings in value that, in the view of the regulator, is beneficial to the minorities. That transaction, we were the first to bring this transaction to reality through facilitating an investment from the Public Investment Fund into MIPCO, which is a company that manufactures and recycles paper. Transaction was 630 million, and it concluded late 2022, early 2023. But that was a transaction that it's the only one that has happened under this. There are two transactions that are in the path following this transaction, but that was a unique and one-of-a-kind transaction. The bottom line shows you IPOs that we believe are unique, and we still believe they are favorite and close to our heart. First Mills was the first of its sectors following the privatization that took place for the milk sector. Nahdi was the most efficient IPO filing we've done. That was a major retailer. Transaction size was 5.1 billion riyal. And that was a unique transaction that we worked on. Obviously, we've worked heavily on the floating of the Saudi Tadawul group, the exchange, and that was in 2021, $1 billion offering for 30%. And last but not least was the STC solution, or Solutions by STC, which was a subsidiary that got carved out from Saudi Telecom Company. That was a unique transaction that technically was the first carve out of the size that we see, and it was around $1 billion. If we move to the debt capital market, again, these are examples of transactions that happened for the first time in the history of debt capital market in Saudi Arabia. There are two transactions that involve SNB Capital itself. SNB Capital, we are the only capital market institution that is rated and that has issued a tier 1 capital. And we had the privilege as investment banking team to work as an advisor on that transaction, which was a unique and a first of its kind. And I think it opened the path for other capital market institutions to consider raising capital through this method that was only open for commercial banks. The second transaction was the sukuk, the hybrid sukuk that we did for Investcorp. It's a first of its kind for a non-bank asset manager, actually. The transaction was around $200 million, and it was very unique in its structure and the way it got listed on two markets. From the unique products that we did as well was the first commercial paper that we issued for SNB Capital, part of a 5 billion riyal program. The program, we took 4 series out of that program, and we're almost at the size of the program. This paper has attracted a lot of interest from regulators, from investors, and the like, given the short-term nature of it and the fact that it is zakah efficient. And we are very proud of it because it was one of its kind. We're at around 4.75 billion out of our 5 billion riyal program, and we're looking into increasing the size of that program. We were part of the first inaugural green dollar bond that the PIF has issued in late 2022, $3 billion transaction that was one of its kind, and it attracted a 100-year stage. We had subscription for a 100-year tranche, which was the first of its kind as well. We are heavily involved in the liability management program for the Ministry of Finance. We were part of the program since 2019. That program, whereby the National Debt Management Center, on behalf of the Ministry of Finance, switched the shorter term maturities with longer term one. Size of the program is between $10 and $15 billion annually. And as I stated, we were very active in that program since the start of it. We were part of the first dollar bond that Saudi Aramco has issued in 2019, $12 billion. And we've been part of the first Eurobond issuance that the Ministry of Finance has issued, in addition to the transaction where we helped Saudi Electricity in their liability management program, similar to the National Debt Management Center, despite that it's lower in size, but it is similar. Again, these are one-of-a-kind transactions, bring in the uniqueness of SNB Capital as a capital market institution that continues to contribute to the growth and prosperity of the Saudi capital market. This concludes my presentation. I appreciate your time and interest, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oil, for that presentation. And now for the final series of Track 2, I'd like to invite to the stage the Vice President of Corporate Development at Tianqi Corporation, Mr. Frank Lee.
Well, thank you very much, Hong Kong Stock Exchange, and distinguished guests from the Middle East. I'm the Vice President of the Tianqi Leasing Corporation. Today, I bring a topic that is both familiar and mysterious to most of us, the lithium market. So, you might have known that lithium, it's not just because it's in your smartphone, but also because it could be the heart of your future EV cars. But what you might not know is that the lithium market is actually having a dance with the global microeconomy. And this dance is evolving in a very exciting way. So imagine that the global economy now is the fitness enthusiast on a diet, where the lithium market is a child who had a lot of candies with full of energy and excitement. Despite the slowing economic growth rate and the rising interest rates and the possibilities of a recession, the demand of the EV is driven by the new energy sector, especially the EV sectors and the energy storage sectors. Just keeps going very strong. The driven factors in behind, of course, the first is the efficiency of new car models. The new electrical car models are rolling out just like the latest fashion trends. They are cheaper, greener, and friendly, both to your pocket and also to the planet. And also, very importantly, is the battery technology. It's advancing at an astonishing pace, much like the smartphone, from being the size of the bricks and now fitting into your pocket. And the EV batteries is now becoming more efficient by the day. Also, in this sector, it's quite important for the government subsidies. The government subsidies, it's just like a shot of the adrenaline, for the electric vehicle market, pushing us towards a goal of net zero emission. And very interesting, people who are not willing to buy an EV because they have the worries about the range of the EV that can go. Nowadays, you probably not know, the numbers of the global charging stations is more than the Starbucks outlet global-wise. So you should not have that worries wherever you go. Also, I should say in most places you go, you will have the access to the charging stations. What those informations are trying to convey is quite simple. The energy transition is happening everywhere. Back in 2015, the lithium market is like an old school gentleman. They are they're mostly used in glasses and ceramic businesses. But since then, it become a superstar. The application today of the lithium carbonates are mostly used in battery sectors. It's now accounts for 82%. It's even expected to grow even higher. The drivers
in behind, of course, the first one is the cost efficiency. The falling battery prices are just like discounts on Black Friday. It makes customers are more willing to pay for it, to buy it. And also the infrastructure is quite important. Imagine if there is a supercharger station near your home or any facilities for charging at your house, you can make your EVs like a superhero. Wherever you go, you can make it energetic. Also, the surveys shows that in recent years, more people are willing to buy EVs than years before. All of the factors also contributes to the demand side. But if you look at the supply side, US, China, Europe, they all have very ambitious, plans and incentive plans to boost the application of the EV. But one thing I would like to mention today in this occasion is that we can never ignore countries from the Middle East, like Saudi Arabia. They are making tremendous efforts to pushing and boosting the new energy sector in their country as well. Their investment in solar and wind, wind farms, along with the push towards the electric vehicles, are setting stage for more diversified and sustainable energy future. So finally, let's talk about the diversification and localization. These will be the two main topics in this sector over the next decades. If you look at the resources, where the lithium comes from, we believe that the spodumene from hard rocks and brine from the salt lakes will continue to be the main source of the lithium supply, with the battery recycling emerging as a new type of source supply. This is like a three-horse carriage of the market that leading us towards a more sustainable market. China, Australia, Chile, Argentina will continue to be the leader of this market. Lastly, I would like to mention the company I work with, Tianqi Lithium. It is the world's largest mining producer of lithium and the lithium component producer globally. We were like, we're like the superstar in this market. We were, been playing in the sector for more than 30 years. And we operate in two crucial stages of this sector, the mining and the refinery for producing the lithium compounds. And we boast the world-class customers, both the top-tier battery makers and the top-tier OEM, car OEMs. Together with our customers, together with our partners, we had always been on the road, making efforts and engaging into the future, a future that is green, a future that is net zero. So my company made its debut at Hong Kong Stock Exchange a year and a half ago, by which it provides us a higher standards of ESG and help us to enhance our corporate governance. And further, it provides us a wider stage for us to continue explore our international business. So right after IPO, I was sent by the company to different places looking for new business opportunities. One of the places is Saudi Arabia. When I first got this mission, a big question mark came across my mind. I was thinking, well, is there anything to do with the new energy in that country? They have a lot of oil. So this is the stereotype in my mind of Saudi Arabia. Not until I got there, I did not change this image. But after a couple of discussions, talking to our partners, our potential investment targets, we find that this country is making a tremendous effort to changing this. For investors like us, I should say it was like, there is the old story of two salesmen from UK selling shoes down to South Africa. One came back frustrated, said there's no opportunity. And the other one, very exciting, say, glorious opportunities. They have no shoes yet. We turn to be the second one. We only find that the efforts that the kingdom is making, it's just like watching a culinary, master adding new spice to the signature dishes, aiming to create a more balanced and sustainable meal for the future. This signals something tremendous, something big. The Vision 2023 of the kingdom is a very ambitious plan to reduce the country's dependency on oil, invest in renewable energy, and position itself as a global leader in a green economy. It includes their pushes towards electric vehicles and also the development of the domestic EV supply chain. It's a bold move, akin to master chess player making a strategic move to secure a win in the long game. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I hope you can share my excitement about this leasing sector and also my confidence in this new investment destiny in Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Frank Lee, who is the Vice President of Corporate Development at Tianqi. We're going to take a 15-minute break, stretch your legs, get a cup of coffee or tea, and we'll continue with the third and final track at the Capital Markets Forum. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Our final track for the day is under the subheading Innovative Industries, examining future investment portfolios. It'll shed light on investment trajectories in China and Saudi Arabia, including discussions on Vision 2030 and technology and innovation progress in Asia. We will begin this track with our final series of presentations for today. I would like to invite the Chief Investor Relations at Prudential, Mr. Patrick Bowes.
So, good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me. As introduced, Patrick Bowes, Head of Investor Relations at Prudential PLC. Prudential is now 100% focused on Asia and Africa, and this is concluding after we have demerged some European and our US businesses. And our observation is that Asia's rise has been of epic proportions and incredibly fast. Millions have been lifted out of poverty, economic models have been transformed, and whole societies and nations have been transformed over the last 75 years or so. What's interesting, though, is that this has been uneven between Asia and Africa. So South Korea's income per capita and Sudan was about the same it's about 75 years ago. If you look at it now, South Korea now has one of the highest GDP per capita of any country in the world. So there's been disproportionate performance in Asia, which is clear. Both continents, though, are full of diverse populations, multicultural and so forth. And so each presents its own unique opportunities and challenges, and that's what we look for. For example, there's been great success in child mortality in China, reducing child mortality numbers by a significant amount, and also improving longevity. And we see that fact pattern developing in the opportunity set across the less developed markets within Asia and then into Africa. That same curve of development we see on the horizon. So it's very exciting for us. Other industries, though, have also thrived. So, for example, Japan and Korea have world-leading technology businesses. What's an impressive statistic, which I saw a few days ago, is that Asia GDP is now higher than North America. I wonder how many people actually realize that, which is quite impressive. But even Africa is even like leapfrogging even faster. If I go to Nairobi and I walk down the street in Nairobi, I can buy a mutual fund on my phone. Now, I can't do that in London, right? I sort of can do it in Hong Kong, but it just shows you that there is like a leapfrog development for some of these countries, which I think is going to help them accelerate through to the next round. Now, there's also very strong, if you like, economic powerful forces at work. So East Africa is very close to having effectively a free trade zone between trade, transportation, and so forth. And that is, if you look at the economic history and the economic theory, that's a building block for very rapid economic development because it cuts the costs of delivery of goods. Things like agriculture, which fade quickly if you have them stuck on a train for long hours waiting for customs. You need that to come to fruition. Free trade allows for digital transportation duty to be paid, digital import duty, and so forth, and actually improves the collection power of governments to attract revenue and take revenue from that trade finance, which is a big leakage in some of these countries. And then on the environmental side, we noticed that someone like Zambia has almost 100% of its electricity is generated from hydro. So arguably, these countries have different skill sets and different abilities, different learnings that we can take as forms of economic development. And clearly, one of the building blocks for really successful long-term improvement in living conditions is sustainable development. So that means investing in education, in healthcare, infrastructure, and my favorite, which is agricultural efficiency. So for us also, just to put a marker down, Africa has a very large demographic dividend, which is yet to really be seen. and that's important, as I'll come to next. So I think personally demographics are one of the most important, powerful forces in human history. Demographics is actually a source of opportunity and for us a source of growth. Africa, I mentioned before, is rising, so it's got a demographic dividend approaching, i.e. it's got a very young population base which will come into the earnings power and come into a fruition as a customer group who are earning, who are spending and needing financial services. So that's for us a very exciting opportunity. But then if we turn to parts of Asia, you've got a reverse scenario. Japan, Korea, mainland China have got actually the reverse. You've got a rapidly aging population. And what's exciting for us is to be able to meet those retirement needs. So the portfolio of businesses we have is savings, long-term growth in savings, but then also the ability to participate in these really, really big retirement markets, which is very exciting to us. So businesses like us, we segment the population, look at the demographics, and then plan our product portfolio, taking learnings from one market and taking it to another market. And sometimes it goes, in a few occasions, it's going from Kenya and then bringing it to Asia. It's not just one-way traffic, because I say things like mobile phone technology, actually, you use your mobile phone like your bank account, and it's even more advanced than some places here in Asia. So there's learning both ways, I think, if there's working together. Now, for governments, demographics are extremely important, because the government's job effectively is to look through the demographics and look through how society will develop and plan their public services, their tax strategies, their international trade strategies, all on the basis of these immutable forces which are out there, which is the demographics that are pushing them. Age trends are really important for us. So if you've got baby boomers, millennials, Gen X, all sorts of names that I have no idea what they really mean, but what it tells me is that people are different and generations are different. They have different needs and services. They want to buy and sell insurance products in different ways, and we have to adapt to that and change the products as accordingly. Now, the other really interesting thing in Asia is intergenerational wealth transfer. And this is potentially an enormously important force for the development of future financial services, both for us and for the banking industry. For the first time in many generations, you're going to have significant transfer of assets from one generation to the children and the grandchildren. And that requires significant planning, advice, and so forth. And that, for us, is a very exciting opportunity on the horizon to add to the basic growth of rising GDP per capita and rising middle classes that I mentioned before. And one of the other key services that we provide is health insurance. So that's not only critical illness cover, but also medical reimbursement. So that's for us a very exciting area, and we plan actually to double our business in this space by 2027. The reason why we think this is exciting is that the private sector can help the state deliver public goods. That means the private sector can actually help support a state which can't afford to give universal health benefits or pension industry, but particularly health benefits. But the private sector can take premiums from a large pool of risk, deploy that money into capital markets, and then pay those claims when they fall due. Now, out-of-pocket expenses for Asia consumers are very high in terms of healthcare, and insurance allows you to pool risk and smooth that cash flow signature so that more people can get more access to medical expenses, improve their lifestyle, improve their family's health, and so forth. So for us, it's very clearly a public good that we want to show. So Africa is even less sort of advanced, if you like, in terms of public service provision. So there the building blocks are for a few decades away in terms of the building of that private health market. But actually, in some ways, because the state has been largely absent, the private sector is already participates very heavily. So in Southern Africa, for example, private health schemes are ubiquitous, and they are now beginning to explore introducing universal public health schemes, so reverse way round. But I think there will be a hybrid model for most of the development of these markets. The Interestingly, we also think that there's a role for the mutual and public sharing mechanisms. So, for example, relevant for this conference today is the Sharia finance concept. The Sharia is a pooling of participation in risks and investment reward. Obviously, capital growth only. And we think that that is a model that actually will work in certain markets where we, as an insurer, could provide top-up services to add additional product inside a Sharia product, chassis, or a government-funded scheme. So that's, I think, a very exciting area for us to explore. So for us, it's very simple. Insurance helps break down the barriers to access to healthcare, and we think that will reduce inequities in society and help with physical well-being and improve longevity, which is, after all, the most important thing. Second point is the use of technology in distribution. For us, technology allows us to both demonstrate the importance of financial planning, but also the delivery of financial planning. If we can reduce the cost of servicing the client, we can serve more customers with the same total cost base, which means we can improve financial inclusion through broader sections of society. And we think that's a means of, again, it's another public good, effectively. But it also means that at the middle and higher end, we can deliver more sophisticated products that the client can actually see a projection of their financial well-being online, and then can interrogate that information, do scenario planning, and so forth. So for us, it's really important that innovation and technology allows us to transform the way we can deliver our financial services products to customers. It also helped me to draft the first version of this presentation today. We believe that we want to help support a climate neutral economy. So that means that we've got to prioritize fairness, equity, and social opportunities for all, not leaving anyone behind if that's possible. Now, both Asia and Africa have common interest in this. They've by far the largest population base on a global basis. And after all, they didn't really contribute to global warming in the first place. They're most at risk in some ways from the risks of the effect of climate change and the potential damage to their living environment. And we at Prudential, we believe we want to play our part in helping to resolve this global crisis. And we've set ourselves some internal transition finance objectives, and we're already putting our money where our mouth is. So, for example, last year we invested $300 million in an ETF fund in Singapore, in collaboration with major investors like BlackRock, Temasek, and with the MSCI. But also we're on the ground in places like Cambodia and in Vietnam doing green bonds and sustainability bonds, and working with a transition finance working group in Vietnam to help them move away from coal-fired power stations, for example. Now, one of the challenges here is that there is a lot of transition finance needed. It's essentially, where is it going to be sourced? So for us, the future is to take into account relative wealth in terms of those markets and the ability to be able to deploy that capital, but also to be able to make sure that deployment is in itself just an inclusive transition. So unfortunately, it's going to be disproportionately expensive for the poorer countries in terms of percentage of GDP to do the transition. And that, if you like, is the challenge of how to finance the disproportionate expense at the lower income communities. So we need to be able to incentivize and mobilize finance to direct itself to help solve those problems. Now, higher interest rates obviously are quite a threat to that because it makes future flows less valuable. And obviously the source of most of the capital is currently from the developed nations. And traditional Western-style investors won't necessarily apply the same appetite to sub-investment grade, for example, and capital charges on banks are very high in this space. So there's a couple of structural impediments, if you like, for the transfer and the deployment of capital from rich developed nations to less developed nations. And obviously there are reputational risks and financial responsibilities which create encumbrances in friction costs in the transfer of this money as well. The other problem is there's no real carbon pricing around, so you don't know whether a project actually is worthwhile or not worthwhile because you're not pricing in the cost of carbon appropriately in those calculations. So I think that it's important for new pools of capital, perhaps sourced from Asia savings pools, the ones I mentioned before, those long-term savings and protection, the annuity businesses and the pensions businesses within the region, to help co-opt finance from outside, but self-cure, if you like, to provide the finance here. And for us, we have a trite comment that we hope to help create alpha for the societies by converting the discount from brown coal and energy development and turning that into a premium for green finance. So it's a simplistic way of using asset management terms to try and encapsulate what we try and do. So I'd like to really thank you all for the opportunity to present to you today. I can see that there's great opportunity for Asia and Africa to cooperate for a common good. I've talked about the power of demographics and how important it is for us in the way that we plan our business, and the importance of access to health and protection in order to be a public good. For us, technology is an important part of helping to develop and share, if you like, those financial services products through society. And we passionately believe that there are opportunities for new sources of global finance to help resolve some of the transition finance in particular to do with just and inclusive transition. And we hope that Prudential will play its part. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Patrick Bowes, for delivering such an informative presentation. So our next panel that the team is structuring to my left is under the title Next Gen Nations, Building Tomorrow's Global Leaders Today, which will delve into the investment trajectories of China and Saudi Arabia, focusing on Vision 2030, Saudi Arabia, technology and innovation, and the progress that we're seeing in Asia. We'll also discuss the similarities and differences in growth patterns and explore strategic opportunities that define both regional financial landscapes. And finally, it'll conduct comparative analysis highlighting the unique market development and future trends in the world of investment. The session will be moderated by co-head of Asia, ex-Japan Equity Capital Markets at JP Morgan, Ms. Pei Hao Huang, joined by the chairman of Saham Capital, Mr. Stephen Chow, also the chief business development at WAMID, Mr. Isa Al-Isa, and the chief financial officer of SenseTime Group, Mr. Zheng Wang. Please welcome them all to the stage.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. 下午好. Masa al-Hayy. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Yeah, my friend just told me. Hi, everyone. My name is Pei Hao Huang. I'm from JP Morgan. I'm in charge of equity capital markets business in the Asia-Pacific region. I'm honored to be moderator for this session. With us today, we are delighted to have three distinguished guests. Let me quickly introduce them. On my left-hand side is Stephen Chow. Stephen is chairman of Saham Capital and the chief strategy officer of Valuable Capital Group. Saham Capital is a joint venture between Valuable Capital and EWTP Arabia Capital. It is the first international online brokerage firm authorized by the Capital Market Authority to provide online brokerage services in Saudi Arabia. Stephen has over 20 years' experience in authorities including Hong Kong Exchange, Taiwan Futures Exchange, and worked in financial institutions in mainland China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Japan. Welcome, Stephen.
Thank you, Pei Hao.
And the next, sitting in the middle, is Isa Al-Sa. Isa is Chief of Business Development at WAMID. WAMID is Saudi Tadawul Group's technology innovation subsidiary targeting Saudi and regional capital markets, providing innovation services focusing on data and AI, market infrastructure, and disruptive technologies. ESA has more than 20 years of experience in technology and capital markets, possesses a wide range of experience from business development, monetization, to strategy and operation. Prior to being Chief of Business Development at Wamit, ESA also held several executive roles at Saudi Stock Exchange. Welcome, ESA.
Welcome, thank you.
And sitting on my far left is Zhen Wang. Zhen is the CFO of SenseTime. As many of you are quite familiar with, SenseTime is listed in Hong Kong. It's a leading AI software company focusing on creating a better AI-empowered future through innovation. Besides being CFO of the company, Zhen also serves as SenseTime's head of Enterprise Innovation Group and the general manager of Hong Kong. Prior to joining SenseTime, Zhen worked at Silver Lake as managing director and head of Greater China. And before that, he also worked at General Atlantic and McKinsey. Let's welcome, a warm welcome to all of you. So for this panel, we're focusing on talking about building tomorrow's global leaders today. Through the discussion, I will ask our panelists the future opportunities they foresee, the challenges they are facing, and the actions they are taking to prepare the firms, the individuals, to be the future global leaders. So I'll start with my first question. And throughout the panel today, we heard a lot of discussions about Vision 2030 in Saudi Arabia. There's a lot of constructions, business development going on. Everyone's excited about it. So for your respective firms, what are the key opportunities? Let's start with Stephen.
Thanks, Pei Hao. Hello, everyone. I'm Stephen. Thanks for having me. CMF, my Saudi fellow, Wamit from Tadawul, and of course, SenseTime. So before I answer this question, I would like to give you a very brief introduction on who Saham Capital is. So Saham Capital is a financial company 100% owned by the Valuable Capital Group, where we have already existed in Hong Kong for 8 years. And we're a full licensed corporation by the SFC and also the Hong Kong Exchange participants. And for Saham, we are setting up the entity in Saudi Arabia since 2022. As of now, we've got the license for brokerage, advisory, and custodian. And we're about to be a full license corporation by next month. And we will be getting another 2 licenses, which is arranging for investment banking and managing for asset management. So what attracts us, what opportunities that lead Saham Capital to be, the first Asia financial institution to set up a brokerage house there? I'll say with the very active 34 million of a population of Saudi Arabia, and over 60% of them are under 30s. And as of today, correct me if I'm wrong, that according to the records of Tadawul, the Saudi exchange, there are over 6 million of registered securities accounts within the exchange. And by the data showed from the exchange that among the whole daily participation, there are over 70% are contributed by retails. So it makes Saudi the best venue for us to start up our brokerage business in the kingdom. And of course, with the cutting edge IT solutions provided by Wamit and a lot of friendly regime to attract the foreign corporation to settle down in Saudi. So I believe these are the key factors that lead all the opportunities for us in Saudi.
Sounds very exciting, and thank you for your introduction of the markets like ecosystem, so for us to get a better understanding of the Saudi market. Okay, so let's move on to Isa, please.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for having me. I'm glad to be here. Let me answer your question by saying that as part of Saudi Tadawul Group to develop the capital market, and also in line with the Saudi Vision 2030 to enhance and develop the financial sector. WAMD was established as the innovation arm for the group and the other subsidiaries. And what I mean by the subsidiaries of the group, which is Exchange, Ida, Muqassa. We are the fourth company. We are mandated to enhance and enable our market participants by providing advanced infrastructure, product and services. And as just said by my colleague, he's one of our clients. And we are glad to have him and supporting him with the solutions. In addition to this, we do unlock the power of technology and data, and we are working on this angle. This is in a nutshell WAMD and how WAMD is supporting the Vision 2030. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Isa. And Jun?
Yeah, again, thanks for having me here. Maybe just a few words first to briefly introduce SenseTime. We are actually founded here in Hong Kong roughly 10 years ago by a group of researchers from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. We later became probably one of the very first local unicorns to go public in the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. And we later became one of the biggest AI software companies in Asia. We've always been quite internationally focused with presence in Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, and of course in the Middle East. So we were very excited by Vision 2030. And roughly 3 years ago, we formed a JV with PIF to leverage PIF's deep local connections and to leverage SenseTime's strong AI capabilities to pursue business opportunities in the greater Middle East region. We obviously aim to follow PIF's leads in participating in some of the major initiatives in Vision 2030. For example, NEOM, Qiddiya, the Jeddah project, the Red Sea project as well. We're hoping that we can bring our strong capabilities in smart city, smart business, and smart entertainment to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Jun. Okay, so my next question, also in earlier panels today, other panel speakers talking about more internationalization of the capital markets, more connectivities beyond the borders. So I'll start with Stephen. As an active financial service provider that you have just described, introduced to us, you're very active in connecting in Saudi Arabia, actually locally, and also bringing international experience into Saudi. How would you describe the status of connectivity currently between Saudi and Hong Kong capital markets, and what are your suggestions to deepening the ties?
Sure. So in terms of connectivity, I would like to share the view on from few dimensions. First of all, of course, the primary markets. We've been witness massive amounts of corporations from China and Saudi to start the conversation, along with some on-site engagements. So as you can see that like 2 years ago, there is no signs of Chinese in the airport. But nowadays, you can see all the Chinese signs in the airport. And there's a lot of like a Chinese restaurant pop-ups in the city. And you can see that almost every flight bound for Riyadh are 100% full. Of course, the majority are coming from mainland China or Hong Kong or rest of the Asia. And meanwhile, if in terms of secondary markets, of course, I believe that you must be aware that there is an ETF issuer who just recently launched the very first Saudi ETF in Hong Kong. And believe it or not, I'm actually accommodating most of the major ETF issuers in Riyadh. Okay, they're all exciting about to set up an ETF fund in Saudi. And not only that, but there's a lot of Chinese or Hong Kong list companies who is looking for the new opportunity to be either dual list or secondary list in both region. I believe that on the pipeline, there are at least 40 or 50 corporations that are in the pocket list. So I believe that such connectivity have shown a very strong momentum from both sides. So not only from Chinese, but also the Saudi. For example, we have several mandates from the Saudi corporations, and some of them come from retails, come from energies. They're also looking for the new technology and new initiative or mindsets from China or Hong Kong. And they've already started the purchasing, the MOUs, or even they're talking about to set up a JV entity in both regions. It's all happening. Yeah, so I saw such strong connectivity from the very beginning, and I believe such momentum will keep on going.
Very exciting. So you're seeing where we are is only the beginning.
It is only
a lot
the beginning.
more initiatives are being discussed or worked on.
Definitely, Saudi is the new future.
Great. Everyone here, I think, gained a lot today, and we all want to go to Ria one day to learn more.
Yeah, come.
Yes. And moving on to Isa, similarly on the connectivity, from WAMID perspective, providing technology infrastructure, can you please let us know a bit more of what's your focus and where are the directions you're pushing?
Yeah, well, let me take it from where my colleague Stephen stopped, and I will give it from a different angle, which is a solution provider rather than a client. So we have established multiple initiatives. I will start with the co-location. As mentioned by Stephen, he's one of our clients. So what is the co-location? Where our exchange members, market participant, will sit next to the trading engine. And this will give a low latency connectivity to the matching engine. This should enable the HFT, the algo trading. Also another solution, which is Liqa. Liqa will connect the issuers with the shareholders. It is an online digital platform where this will simplify the meeting management and the live streaming of the meeting. In addition to that, will provide secure login, live translation, and many other services utilizing the latest technologies. Maybe third, and finally, I will talk about the acquisition of Directive Fin. We have acquired 51% of Directive Fin, which is a leading technology provider. This also, we should support market participants in terms of cutting-edge solutions, and also will support WAML to expand its reach, not only regionally, it will be also globally.
May I ask, for Liqa, is it already online?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I would encourage all the corporate investors, audience here. Let's give it a try. I've heard some good commentary about it's a cutting-edge technology, bringing corporate issuers, investors closer, more direct.
Exactly. And we will be more than happy to do a demonstration for you as well. Thank you.
Yeah, good to know. And then moving on a little bit on technology and AI. So question for Jen. Please comment on Saudi Arabia and China's respective AI drives as you are operating, you have experience in both countries. Do you think the two ecosystems can collaborate well with each other? And any examples from SenseTime's perspective?
Yeah, I think both countries sort of share this long-term visionary leadership that focuses on AI's transformative power to society, right? I mean, both nations excel at bringing cutting-edge technology into reality, right? So I think in that sense, there is really a lot of room for collaboration. China, I believe, probably is only trailing behind the United States in terms of the overall AI capability. And I think Saudi Arabia is really emerging as the AI hub in the greater Middle Eastern region. I mean, there is a little bit of competition from UAE, but I think Saudi Arabia is really very well positioned. I think SenseTime, as a leading AI company, really from Hong Kong, as I said earlier, we have formed this JV with PIF, hoping that we can bring these AI capabilities to the Middle East. Other than the smart city, smart business, and smart entertainment initiatives that I talked about, I think we're very proud to have been able to bring AI education to the kingdom as well. We currently have 2 programs in collaboration with SDAIA, the Saudi Authority for Data and Artificial Intelligence. And one of these 2 programs focuses on bringing AI to students for after-school activities. And we call it Future Intelligent Programmer. For this program, we have so far trained 1,500 local teachers in Saudi Arabia to be engaged in these after-school activities. And the goal is to allow 30,000 Saudi students after school to be very actively engaged. And we've so far covered 17,000 already. The other program is, in a sense, more exciting. We're hoping by next year, we will be able to create AI classes for high school third-year students in Saudi Arabia. So they will get to basically pick an AI class, not as a mandatory course, but as an elective by the end of next year. And to do that, we need to train about 2,500 local teachers, because no one really has taught AI in that region before. And we are really one of the pioneers, as we have published some of the earliest AI textbooks in the world. So we're quite proud to be able to bring that capability to Saudi Arabia as a good example for Sino-Saudi Arabia collaboration on AI. Thank you.
And this is under the JV with
under the JV, yeah. Everything is under the JV.
Yes.
I have
great
something to
activities.
say.
Yeah, please.
So, echoing Jane's statements, that you might be aware that if you visit our website and the education sessions, we do apply this kind of AI education.
Yeah.
So it's a Middle Eastern image. Of course, it's a fake person. All right, but it talks and laughs just like the new one, the real one. And I believe that if possible, we're more than willing to be, part of your projects, and then to deliver more class and education in Arabic to our investors.
Yes, I can see you're very keen to discuss offline on to explore this collaboration. And this is the benefits of this forum, bringing everyone together and working together to explore opportunities. Great to hear. Yeah. To follow up on questions about SenseTime, recently SenseTime launched a new large language model, and which showed outstanding capabilities. So interesting to know more about SenseTime's medium and long-term technology in the generative AI space.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously are shifting our strategy to go from the traditional computer vision-focused AI to be all in generative AI. Now, the interesting thing that people may not be aware of is that when we started our business, we picked computer vision, CV, precisely because it's the hardest part of AI at that time. And to tackle CV issue, we decided to bet on a technology route that's called foundation model or big model. Now that turns out to be the key for generative AI. So in the ChatGPT era, these capabilities come from building large language LLMs. LLMs are basically one type of foundation models. And that's something that we've been working on for years and years. So it allows us to very quickly shift our focus by leveraging all these experience in foundation models from CV to LLM and to something more exciting, which we call multimodal capabilities, right? So you can not only have input in text, but also in video, in photos, in other forms. And the output could be also in different forms, right? As you guys may have seen from the Sora demonstration. So we are able to launch our LLM, whose Chinese capabilities basically already match, or it probably has already exceeded the cutting edge, the GPT-4 Turbo. Keep in mind, GPT-4 Turbo was launched at the end of 2023, so we were really only about 5-6 months later than that, but we're still hoping that we can reduce the gap. But overall, the strategy is to really shift the focus from pure CV to generative AI. And the other advantage we have is over the years, we've accumulated a lot of computing power already. Our computing power under control is roughly 12,000 petaflops. And that really puts us as the first tier among the Chinese players. And obviously, the US players will be at a higher level. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, very exciting journey ahead of us. Many people compare the rise of generative AI as the steam engine of the fourth industrial revolution that will reshape industries, redefine the way we work and our daily lives. More reasons for everyone to sort of work together, like from companies in the technology, new economy sector, from exchanges, in market infrastructure, and the financial services industry as well. Okay, so next question is really on the challenges. We talked a lot about opportunities and technologies you are all applying, AI education, all that. But on the daily life, we are also facing a lot of challenges. So I want to hear from you guys and how you tackle them. Let's start with Steven again. Yeah.
Sure. In terms of challenge, let me rephrase it. The challenge is actually the progress of improvement. And in terms of improvement, if I may, I would like to make an announcement today here. So Tadawul Group, the Saudi exchange, and is going to conduct an educational program named Invest Wisely. Invest Wisely. It will be a consortium program contains about the education, online, offline, along with the simulation game. And SNB Capital being the first fintech brokerage from Asia, and we are more than happy to be the exclusive sponsor to this program and to help and improve the local investors to know more about like Saudi markets or even the arts of trading, the methodologies of investments. And I believe that this program will level up the investors and the market in Saudi. And we tend to kick off this program around like the third quarter of this year. So I don't see any challenge actually in front of me. It's all about, improvement. It's all about problem solving. And actually, I would like to say that the Saudi government, along with some public sectors like the MISA, Ministry of Investments, the MCIT, the regulator CMA, Tadawul, Wong, they've been supporting us at their best. And for example, there is a program called the RHQ, Regional Headquarter. The RHQ program allowed the corporations to set up the regional headquarter in Saudi, which that you can have the tax exemption, you can get a golden visa, and you can have a lot of benefits. So these are actually the benefits from Saudi, from the kingdom. So in terms of challenge, let's solve the problem together. That's my answer. Thank you.
Yeah. And by the way, congratulations on the big announcement. It's a big program, Invest Wisely. I think you will level up the investors.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Isa?
Yeah, from my side, to be honest with you, yes, I would agree with Steve in that these are, if we have a challenges, definitely we are going to work to overcome these challenges. But let me summarize my answer in 4 items. Maybe I will start with the integration in terms of a technology. Usually, if you have a new systems, it will be sometimes challenging to integrate the new system with the existing infrastructure. Therefore, we are working to overcome this issue. Second, maybe implementing the security measures where we need to protect the financial data and to also to enable the access of the data. And because of this, we are working as a mandate to unlock the power of data and technology. Lastly, I will end up with the market readiness. It doesn't mean anything if you enhance and if you are implementing the new trends, the advanced technology, while the clients sit behind you. So they have to come with the journey. They have to adopt the new technologies and solutions. Therefore, we are working hand to hand with our clients in this journey to implement the new advanced technologies.
Thanks, Isa. Jen?
Yeah, I think the challenge for an AI company in China is probably related to computing power at the end. I think there are a couple key success factors for the AI industry. One is computing power, one is the data itself and the algo and the human talent, of course. I think the other, out of the four, the other three, I think China's doing relatively well. But computing power is the one area where the US has a tremendous lead. I mean, there is a very meaningful semiconductor capability gap there, and that will probably take years for China to catch up. And the one lesson we learned from the era of generative AI is that computing power does make a huge difference, right? You can have the best algo and the best team, but you really need that raw power to create the so-called emergence, right? The key capabilities will only emerge after a certain level of computing power, and that could be a potential big challenge, I think, in the coming years that the Chinese players will eventually need to address.
Yeah, in the Chinese saying, challenges also creates opportunities.
Great opportunities.
So by working together, getting expertise, and more input from everyone, we'll be all preparing for a better future. Yeah. So I think with that, we conclude the session. And let's give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much for sharing.
Inshallah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. welcome to the last panel of the day. We are starting early, and hopefully we can end early as well. But thank you for being here. I expect you to stay here the entire time and not leave before this end. I am Vanessa Huang. I am a general partner at BVCF Management, a healthcare VC. We are talking about healthcare. The title today is Strengthening Global Health Through Innovations and Partnerships. With me, we have three industry veterans. To the far left there, my far left, is Dr. Will Liu, Managing Director of Beijing, one of the earliest and most successful venture-backed life sciences company in China. To his left, right, my left and right. To his right is Yasser Safadi, CFO of Scientific and Medical Equipment House, one of the leading provider of medical equipment operations and hospital management services in Saudi Arabia. To my left here is Stan Tu, CFO of Alibaba Health Information Technology, and one of the earliest and largest digital health company in China. For full disclosure, I am an independent non-executive director of Alibaba Health. So that does not mean I'm going to give Stan all the easy questions, but here he is. So thank you for being here. Why don't we start with Yasser? So Yasser, the Western brokerages have not really done a very good job in covering Saudi healthcare sector when they discuss Vision 2030.
Yeah.
Why don't you give investors a quick overview of how healthcare fits into Vision 2030, and specifically, what is the private sector role under 2030 for healthcare?
All right. Okay, good question. Thank you, Vanessa. I think talking about Vision 2030 is a very interesting topic because lots of things have significantly changed in the country since the launch of 2030. And you know that there are some components and pillars that this vision is based on, about 10 or 11 components, very important that the government and the country is paying very much attention to each of them. And one of the very important critical one is the healthcare sector. So the healthcare sector, of course, it interrelates with the other parts. It interrelates with transportation, with manufacturing, with real estate, and with the oil industry, with everything. So with the whole growth that is happening, the healthcare is one of the very significant ones, and it fits very well because country is paying much attention to the lifestyle and to the people that are growing, and the awareness is growing. You can see how they handled a lot of issues, including the COVID-19 that was done in 2020, 21, 22, and a lot of winnings, a lot of earnings that were happening during that time, where it was proven that a lot of incidents that made opportunity success to the whole story, where telemedicine and healthcare that was launched and became one of the success stories, not only to Saudi Arabia and to the surrounding countries as well. So yeah, the vision is based on that. They are encouraging improving the lifestyle of the people, innovation, getting more talent, collaborating with others. Talking about the private sector, of course it is part of it, although one of the emphasis of the country is to empower and enhance on localization and privatization, not to pull out from getting together with the overall, the global picture and collaborating with others, getting the know-how for the other partnerships. But the privatization now, just talking about figures, the latest GDP and statistics, it says that 45% of the Saudi GDP is composed from the private sector. And this is being enhanced more and more. So the private sector is an essential part that is playing a very important role in the healthcare transformation, I think.
Great, thank you. So, Will, in the past 20 years, China healthcare sector has evolved quite a bit from a pretty much generic and import replacement focused ecosystem to now a fairly active, innovation-driven ecosystem. So as a long-term participant of China healthcare, can you explain or provide insights on why and how the evolution of China healthcare sector, and specifically for multinationals' role in the sectors, the shaping of the sector, given their investment in the sectors?
Yep, of course. I had the good fortune of returning to China in 2009, actually witnessed the transformation. What we call it, it's basically a momentum shift from generic-focused industry to an innovative medicine-focused pharmaceutical industry. And there are many factors that have driven this change. I think before 2010, there were very few innovative drug developers in China, and most of the industry was dominated by over 5,000 generic manufacturers. And with the development with the economic development, the demographic shift to an aging population, and also with the regulatory reforms, as well as the returning talents from overseas, and of course, the capital market. You can't mention the transformation without the capital market. And this has really propelled the Chinese biotech industry to grow to current stage. Most of these innovative biotech companies, the pioneering group of innovative biotech companies were founded around 2010, which represented by Beijing. Talking about Beijing, just want to say a few words about the company I'm with. It's a biopharma company, originally founded in China, but now with a global footprint. It has a number of distinctions, one being it's listed in 3 different stock markets, including Hong Kong Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, and also A-shares, and also more importantly, it has developed the first innovative drug that originated in China that reached the blockbuster status. Typically, blockbuster status is the annual sales over $10 billion, $1 billion, sorry, $1 billion. So this is definitely a significant milestone. But the first batch of biotech startups, the one that started in 2010 and onwards, some of them are struggled at the very beginning, mostly due to the lack of access to venture capital investment. So whatever was available at the time were mostly US dollar funds, and with the capital from outside China. So when you ask whether the foreign investment has helped to develop the Chinese biotech industry, the answer is definitely yes. And when we talk about MNCs, multinational pharmaceutical companies have definitely played an important role in the development of the Chinese biotech industry. Not only that, they have established R&D centers in China and trained a large pool of talented scientists who later on, many of them became the founders of the biotech companies. And also, they brought in the clinical development practice that meets the global standard by doing the multi-regional clinical trials, sometimes with China as a participating country, and sometimes even with China centered around Chinese market. And also they work with the regulatory agencies by bringing the regulations closer to the global practice. For example, China joined the ICH. I think that's one major step forward at the time. So MNCs definitely played a critical role in the biotech industry development. Yeah.
Great, thank you. So Stan, as one of the earliest and largest digital health and wellness companies in China, can you give us a quick summary in terms of the evolution of China's pharmacy development, in the sense of how did the patient end of the value chain develop in specifically innovations and policies that have lead to the change of behavior, I think, right? From a physical store focus habit, right, to now we are comfortable using online and sort of fulfilling basic needs of our basic healthcare needs.
Sure. There's a dramatic change from the patient and the consumer side of the healthcare sector actually in the past decade. The scale has expanded rapidly, and we are expecting that the online sales of the healthcare goods probably will reach to around 500 billion RMB in the next several years, which includes the home medical devices and supplements and nutritions, OTC drugs and prescription drugs, and even some medical service such as aesthetic medical and vaccination, etc. So that rapid change is definitely driven by the 5G technology development and the mobile internet rapid increase in China. But also there are several key innovation and policy change in the past years that make this possible. So the first thing I have to mention is the drug tracking system, which is run by the government and also supported by Ali Health. And that system is actually to ensure all the drugs sold in China is traceable and the authenticity can be ensured. And whenever there is a counterfeit drug or quality issue occurred, we can help government and the pharmaceutical companies to trace the distribution channel and identify the issue from the very beginning. The second one is actually the infrastructure for medical service platform. That includes internet hospitals, the online doctor registration and management process, the online consultation service and the quality control system and procedures, and also prescription platforms and the assurance process. Together with the online drug sales regulations, all that help to ensure the internet medical service can comply with the regulations and reassure the patients. Yeah. The third one I have to mention is the infrastructure that the team is actually trying to build is the know-how about how to online education and marketing the healthcare products, because those health products are totally different with the consumer goods. So in-depth knowledge about the health products and the patient's needs and the collective cooperation with the pharmaceutical companies is also play a crucial role in propelling the swift growth of the healthcare sector. Yeah.
Thank you. So, yes, sir, coming back to you.
Sure.
What we heard just now regarding China's healthcare sector development, foreign investment and partnership play a fairly important role. To the extent that in Saudi healthcare sector, is there such aspiration, and do you think there will be such benefit as well in terms of having foreign investment and partnerships?
Of course. Yeah, actually, putting things forward requires also experience and expertise and investment and technology and talent. And this all doesn't come, you have to open the door. This is the policy of the vision, the new management, that we want everyone to participate, the private sector, of course the public sector first, then the private sector, then global knowledge and global expertise. Collaboration is very important in that field. So the country is opening up, especially in the healthcare, because a lot of things still need to be done, although lots of milestones were achieved so far, unproven records, alhamdulillah, but still things to be developed, and companies and forces are being established. In the company, there is one company that were established just maybe 2 years ago. It's called Infra, and this is owned by the Public Investment Fund, PIF, which is one of the largest funds and positioned and soaring all the way throughout the years. And this is basically positioned to improve and enhance the biomedical and pharmaceutical manufacturing knowledge, and this is getting together with other manufacturing and expertise owners in the Far East, in China, and also in the US, where they signed also other agreements with manufacturing expertise to establish manufacturing facilities in Saudi Arabia to produce, insulins and plasma and so on. And this is also a proof that a collaboration and partnership with foreign investors and foreign know-how owners is very important to doing this. Moving forward, it was also proven there is still nowadays some facilities that are produced in very delicate areas. I remember, for example, in my company, that's Scientific and Medical, we just started 2 years ago a manufacturing facility for the catheteral balloons that are used in the heart surgery. And this is very sophisticated area, where it's the first in the region. It's not to promote the company, it's also to promote the whole country and the vision that we are going through. It's going to satisfy the country, Saudi Arabia, and the surrounding, and hopefully in the near future we'll go to the others. And we have other examples as well, and this is all coming into the same thing. So yeah, there is a collaboration with foreign investors, and this is a must. And to be honest, we advise, and this is really promising. I'm telling that's why we're here now, and to collaborate and we put things together. It's Saudi Arabia, especially in healthcare. This is where I am focused on now. Is very promising area for investment because of the vision, because of the investment and emphasis that's being put from the top hierarchy in the country.
Mashallah.
Thank you.
So, Will, 2018, Hong Kong Stock Exchange, this is marketing. Hong Kong Stock Exchange launched the pre-revenue biotech company, to go public. To the extent that I think initially, if you remember, biotech community were a little bit skeptical, and then everybody got very excited, and then all the valuation went crazy. So 6 years later, that's settled. What do you think in terms of the ability for R&D company to go public? Has that accelerated the development of China healthcare sector?
I think the 18A listing rules definitely had a positive impact on the Chinese biotech sector. On one hand, it allows the pre-revenue company to raise capital on the public market to further develop its pipelines at a lower cost in comparison with raising venture capitals. On the other hand, for the venture capital community, it provides an avenue to exit. At least that was the hope. In addition to Nasdaq, so that also, I think that hope also helped to fund the enthusiasm in investing in biotech industry, starting I think around 2017 and onwards. So we're actually raking the benefits of that era. If you look at all these companies that are currently having a very competitive pipelines and looking for our licensing deals, these are all came from investments around that era. So we're actually benefiting from that. Looking back, was the enthusiasm a little bit over the top? Maybe. And maybe we got ahead of ourselves a little bit. But as all capital markets goes up and downs, and if you look at Nasdaq, the biotech sector is going through cycles, right? And I hope that's the case with the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. And the current market consolidation, in my opinion, is actually healthy for the long-term development of the market. And it helps to weed out some of the companies will not be able to survive in the competition, but also help the true winners stand out from this period. So that's just my 2 cents.
That's great.
Yeah.
So I guess a little bit of statistic for those who are as low as I am. When the first healthcare IPO, proper healthcare IPO happened in Hong Kong was 2009. At that time, there were less than 10 healthcare companies on Hong Kong Stock Exchange. And total market cap was less than 5 billion. And to fast forward, right before 2017, right before we launched Chapter 18A, it was around 200 billion in total healthcare market cap.
Right.
And 3 years later, which is the height, quote unquote, right, midpoint of Chapter 18A, we got to 550 billion in market cap for total healthcare. And then now we're back to 200 billion. So US dollars, right? So to the extent that we did a loop, right, 200, 550, now back to 200, then you ask, what's the point, right? The point is, in between, 131 company went public and raised 35 billion. So as Will said, right, to the extent that we have very competitive pipeline, at least 131 company actually raised money and built their pipeline. So I think to the pessimists, I would say that we did have 200 some odd companies that came about between 2009 and now, right, which is not a very long time. It's still one generation, right? And we have thousands of jobs created for the government officials and taxpayers in the future, hopefully, right? And to the extent that we have pipeline for future, hopefully some of them will be actually treating patients, right? So anyway, back to Yasser.
Yeah.
Do you think the same in terms of for Saudi market? If you have capital market funding, would it accelerate the transformation of the sector as well?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, transformation in the market in Saudi is becoming essential to rely on the capital market funding, of course, because it serves not only on the securing fund, it serves into securing the technology and the talent and the know-how, and this is essential part of the objectives of moving things forward. And I think Saudi Arabia also can deliver and receive on that field because they have proven a good record and some technology that was during COVID. I remember a lot of management that was done for the crisis to mitigate and contain the virus and reduce the risk was marvelous and distinguished. Where some applications, for example, if we're talking about technology application, were established, what they call here tawakkalna, where everything is put there and your movement is monitored through that application. If you want to get into any place that you need to ensure that you have the right vaccine and you are in the green field. Even there's another one called Tadawul, which is distancing, that proves that if you met somebody that is infected or someone, it will bring somewhere, and it will show that you have been meeting with someone during the last week that proven to be infected with the virus. So it gives a lot of warnings, and it turns out this application was used even after the COVID to integrate and to put everything together with the healthcare related issues or other things, even personal, even like schooling or anything related to the family. So it gives a lot of digitalization movement in the country where things moved forward and we get the benefit until now. And we see other surrounding countries that are, we're helping them to get the same thing. We're trying to export that technology to them. So yeah, it is there all the time.
Great.
Yeah.
So back to Will. You touched on it a little bit just now. We now started to see China company out-licensing their products to MNCs. Is China an efficient R&D center for global healthcare needs? Do you think you can share some of your insights from Beijing?
Yes, actually, I think on the drug discovery side, Chinese bio companies are catching up very quickly to their global peers, if it's not already at the similar level. Particularly if you look at these hot areas, for example, in GLP-1, ADC, and ProTech, and these areas, many Chinese companies are competing with their peers in the US and in Europe. So that's a very promising trend to see. With the maturing of the discovery pipeline, we see what the Chinese biotech companies are currently missing are three things. One is groundbreaking biology discoveries. Second is transformative technologies. Third one is a global clinical development capability. I think that the last one actually very important because that's the necessary step to bring medicine from the lab to patients. And so this is where I think the MNC pharma comes in. And that's why you see there are a number of out-licensing deals that have increased in the last couple of years, particularly for 2023. I think there were over 50 out-licensing deals from China to companies outside China. And the overall deal value is over $40 billion. And if you look at the current early preclinical, the preclinical and early clinical pipelines, they're almost like 1/4 of the innovative drugs globally are being developed by companies with headquarters in China. So in that sense, China has definitely played a major role in producing innovative pipeline products. And so Beijing's adopted the strategy of going global early on, and it has been quite successful in doing so. Its leading product, Brukinsa, now it's approved in more than 65 countries. But doing so also requires heavy investment in the capabilities of clinical development and also commercialization globally. Not every biotech company can execute on that strategy. So with the current, as I said, maturation of the discovery pipeline, and also with the, hopefully it's a temporary constraint on capital investment, I see this out-licensing trend will continue.
Great, great. Actually, one of the first out-licensed product, GenScript's CAR-T program to J&J, has been approved and actually started using in the US market already. Yep. So that in a way is starting with cascade of products ideally, right? So Stan, still awake. There's always a discussion bias, right? That we always discuss healthcare from the perspective of manufacturer and service provider, like what we just did. So why don't you provide some insight on the evolution, evolving need, right? Health and wellness need from the patient's perspective. Right. How do you see the future of patient care?
Right. From the patient side, the healthcare mindset has actually changed a lot in the past years, especially in the post-pandemic era. We can say people are more willing to spend money to take care of their own health issues proactively by themselves, out of the hospital and even out of the pocket. And we can say people are spending more on proactive prevention, the health checkups, and immunization improvement, especially those concerning heart protection, liver detox, intestinal health, and eye care. And we can also see people are spending more on problems like weight control, insomnia, and anti-fatigue, and hair loss. Yeah. And also we can say that the interest on knowledge related to those health issues and about the information for those new products and the new services are getting hot and hot online, as reflected by the prevalence of the searching word on the internet. But we can also realize that the knowledge itself cannot solve health issues. Most of the time, the information on the internet is outdated and confusing, not customized for particular individuals, and also not linked to specific products. And there aren't actually enough specialty service offered on the right now regarding to cover the demand for proactive health management and health issues. So we believe the future of the healthcare sector from the consumer and patient side will be coming from integrating the cutting-edge knowledge about healthcare and also the health product and service into one kind of the proactive health issue solutions powered by digital technology and the generative AI.
Great. So back to, yes, sir?
Yeah.
Last question for you. Middle East and Global South, to a certain extent, has been mostly consumer of healthcare products. So most of the global drugs and devices that we use are developed by US and European companies. So whatever they don't develop, we don't have, right? But we do see that there is a need for regional diseases, culturally relevant products. So what do you see as the future role for Saudi Arabia's healthcare company? Will there be a regional health leader, such as Lifera, you mentioned earlier, in halal medicine? When will Saudi companies start exporting technologies and products the way that you do for hydrocarbon?
Okay, good question. I believe we already started something like that, exporting some products. Actually, this is part of, again, part of the vision. And things like hydrocarbon, I know it's a different story. It's maybe oil-related product, but the other one is a bit different complexity. But already there now, as we're saying, if you're talking about products themselves, really some R&D labs are being developed and started in Saudi Arabia to develop these. We have the Spimako Dawaiya, which is one of the biggest pharmaceutical manufacturing and distribution company that they have their own R&Ds. And also we have one of the biggest healthcare provider in the region, I would say, the HMG, which Habib Medical Group. You know, this is examples. I'm not trying to promote, but it became by merit, and they have a state-of-art solutions that were they started years ago for digitalizing, digitalizing their solution and the patient care that he was talking about. That was really an essential part for each one, whether it's in the public sector or in the private sector. These solutions are being developed, maintained, and also exported to other countries already. Yeah, because at least the surrounding and also to others. Believe me, Vanessa, I've been in other developed countries. It's not being biased or unbiased. I've been in other developed countries where I didn't see that kind of digitalization and I would say paperless or handless technology in patient care, at least, and in personal care development in terms of following everything in your life and your family's life cycle. So these are already being developed. There's R&D labs already in Saudi Arabia. I was talking about ours. I was talking about the other Dawaiya. I'm talking about the HMG. These are only examples. Amphira that I talked to you earlier about and how they are now transacting with other Chinese and US companies to bring the know-how and to develop even further for the technology, and then to import. Now there is a slogan or something that is being established in Saudi Arabia called the Saudi-made. Saudi-made. Anything that is Saudi-made. I went to Europe. I went to Africa. I went to Asia. I found some products that are Saudi-made. Some of them are some media or healthcare items that are accessories and stuff like that. And in the near future, as I said, our factory Nabt that is already producing balloons and cathedrals and other very sophisticated items will be part of those. So it is on the way, and things are opening up and significantly, and you will see things around. So rest assured that we're in the right track, inshallah.
Mashallah.
Mashallah, again.
So last question for Stan. So what do you see as the current favorite word, generative AI, solutions that are being used across China healthcare value chain? And what do you think there will be, in terms of coming future for healthcare solutions?
Right. As we know, Alibaba Group is actually the leading technology company that heavily invested in AI, and AliHealth as the flagship subsidiary of Alibaba Group in the healthcare sector. We are actually dedicated to apply those technologies and including generative AI into the healthcare sector and make the transformation. So, as mentioned earlier, that right now there isn't sufficient offering of specialty service that can support the demand for proactive healthcare and the issues solving. And what we are doing right now is actually we're training the generative AI developed by the Alibaba Group with the medical records we obtained from the hospital and the government, as we have a cooperation with the government, and with the Q&A data from our e-commerce customer service team, and also with the healthcare knowledge curated by our medical team, and feeding that into the generative AI. And we have seen a promising result from improving the reliability of the response and the stability of the across multi-rounds of the tests. So it is very promising, and we are initially applying this developed AI into our internal sales consultation team and the customer service team. And we have seen a very good result from the efficiency improvement, also the capability of the consultation and the service team. So we will continue to develop that technology, and hoping future we can apply that into the proactive health issue solving directly. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
We have 2 minutes and 45 seconds left. Any questions? No questions. Any other last words from Yasser? You came all the way.
Yeah, well, I just want to say that really that's why we're here. Saudi Arabia is a very promising place for investment and for collaboration. It's a safe, it's based on strong vision, strong management, and we can see that everywhere, and that's why we need that collaboration with parties that really can help and get always the win-win situation, because this is what our management says, that you need to think of the other party winning as much as we are also winning. So it's a safe place, it's a secured and promising. So I would invite you all to come over or to maintain your relationship with us in different sectors, not only the healthcare and all other sectors.
MashaAllah. Will, last advice, insights?
I think I'm very optimistic about the Chinese biotech industry. And I think with the development of the technology, I mean, as you mentioned, the generative AI, right? That's going to play a important role in the future of drug discovery and development. And also, I'm looking forward to cross-border collaborations with many countries, including Saudi.
Absolutely.
Great. That concludes today's schedule. Thank you all for being here and staying to the end.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that fantastic panel, and it was the last one of the day. And I'd like to thank everyone who watched from home on the live stream, who attended, who was up here on stage with us at this year's forum. That, unfortunately, concludes today's proceedings. And as the curtain falls on this inaugural International Capital Markets Forum here in Hong Kong, let's take a moment to reflect on today's session. The CMF has sparked impactful dialogue, unveiling fresh perspectives that are crucial for navigating the complexities of the ever-evolving, growing economy. I want to express my gratitude to all the participants who engaged today with us. Through forging such bonds among key market players, the forum pledges to fortify networks and lay the groundwork for a more prosperous, interconnected economic landscape going forwards. Once again, thank you so much for your unwavering commitment and invaluable contributions today, and we'll see you all in 7 or 8 months' time in Riyadh in February of next year. Thank you very much.